Well, hi there, and welcome to the MegaCast by Actual Tech Media. Our topic today is devising cloud strategies and solutions. So let's talk about the cloud. What does that mean to you and to your organization? Is it a cost-saving technique, a way to launch new initiatives with less friction? Do you think of it as a security risk, something that you've avoided, or is it something that you aspire to? Wherever you are in your cloud journey, you have come to the right place today. If you are a cloud aficionado and your organization is fully cloud first in every IT decision, you know that the tools and strategies are evolving so quickly these days that there is always still more to learn. On the other hand, let's say that you are just starting to strategize and today's MegaCast is your chance to dip your very first toe in cloud waters. Well, then get excited because there is a whole world of opportunity to start exploring. Now, I know that that could feel a bit overwhelming. So luckily today we will be joined by top innovators from Progress Software, Illumio, Rubrik, Nutanix, OutSystems, Red Hat, Census.io, Okta, and Gigamon to guide us through this conversation. These awesome experts will explore how to utilize innovative cloud solutions to optimize operational performance at your organization. It is going to be a great day. If you have not joined us for a MegaCast in the past, a very special welcome to all the first-timers out there. Actual Tech Media created the MegaCast and EcoCast series to help educate technology professionals like yourself on the latest innovations and trends in enterprise technology. Now, we all know how fast our industry moves, so these webinars are designed to get you the hottest insights and up-to-date information efficiently from the comfort of your home or office. MegaCast and EcoCast allow you to pose and answer questions, to connect with other experts in your field, and to help you solve your most pressing technology challenges. Now, before we get into our exciting sessions today, there's a few things that you should know about this MegaCast. Now, of course, we do have some of those awesome prizes lined up for you if your eyes went right to that prize icon. I'm going to come back to those in just a moment. But first, I want to draw your attention to the questions box in your webinar control panel. If you haven't already said hi, we love seeing all you awesome folks connecting from around the world. I'm seeing a lot of how beautiful and sunny everybody's weather is. I'm very jealous. It's rainy and gray here, so I need you all to keep bringing the sunshine. So say hello. Let us know how great your weather is. Now, we also want this to be a very informative webinar for you, which means that we want to see those technical questions. So throughout today's MegaCast, we hope you'll get engaged and make sure to ask all those questions you have about cloud strategies and solutions. Not only will we have team members responding to you during the live event, we'll also have some dedicated Q&A sessions at the end of each presentation. And if we don't get to your question during the live webinar, don't worry. The awesome humans from Progress Software, Illumio, Rubrik, Nutanix, OutSystems, Red Hat, Census.io, Okta, and Gigamon will be following up with you afterwards. Now, we all know that good things should be shared. So when you have that aha moment today, be sure to share it with your friends. You can use the Twitter button right there in your audience console, and the hashtag for today's MegaCast is going to be automatically added to your post. And hey, while you're exploring that audience console, make sure to check out the Handouts tab. It's right next to the Questions tab there. There's some fantastic resources and takeaways from our speakers here today. We've got an info pack collection. There's data sheets and ebooks and product briefs and more. So click around in that Handout section, download some of those awesome resources. Now I'm going to stop here and introduce myself. My name is Jess Steinbach with Actual Tech Media. I'm so happy to be one of your moderators for this fascinating MegaCast today. My friend and fellow moderator, Scott Becker, will be joining us in just a moment. And as always, it is not just awesome content we're giving away. I told you I would come back to those prizes, so here we are. In today's MegaCast, we have 5 Apple M1 24-inch iMacs that we will be giving away to 5 lucky winners. And that is not even including the $500 Amazon gift cards that we'll be giving away every 30 minutes. So that's a lot of good stuff. Now, you must be in live attendance during the webinar to qualify for the prizes. And all winners must meet Actual Tech Media's prize terms and conditions. If you are not sure what those are, don't worry. You can head on into that Handouts tab that I just mentioned. Scroll down to the bottom. You can find the full T's and C's in there. So feel free to check that out. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, that question section in your audience console, now that's a great place to post feedback. And while I'm kind of chatting about it, if there's any technical issues that come up today, a quick reminder that a browser refresh is probably going to fix just about any of those, any audio or slide issues. But if not, throw a comment in that question section. Our crew is there to help. But that aside, the absolute most important thing to remember in that questions console is how much we love seeing your insightful questions. In fact, we love it so much that we have a special additional prize for all you inquisitive humans out there. So in today's MegaCast, we will be giving away a $50 Amazon gift card to the best question asked in each of the live sessions. And the teams are reviewing those questions asked after the webinar, which means that even if your question does not get read out in a live session, there's still a chance to win. So that's pretty cool. And we'll be following up with you after the webinar. I've thrown up a few reminders on the screen here, so please feel free to take a look. Again, full T's and C's in that handout section. Just a quick reminder that all grand prize winners are required to submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. Now, if you are a lucky winner here today, you always have the option to donate the value of the prize to one of our selected charities. Thanks to generous prize winners on previous Actual Tech Media webinars, thousands of dollars have been donated to these wonderful, wonderful charities. So if you are a winner today and you'd like to get involved with any of these amazing organizations, let us know because we would love to help make that happen. Well, again, we are so happy to have you all here for the live event today. We want to keep that good feeling going, so make sure to use the Twitter button that we chatted about earlier. Again, that'll add the hashtag for today's webinar and help you share all the exciting things that you're learning today. Make sure to connect with us on Twitter, on Facebook. We definitely want to hear from you. Give us a follow on YouTube. Lots of great content there. And check us out on LinkedIn. If you're looking for some additional information, go check that out. But don't go just yet. I'm giving you lots of good content ideas for later, guys. Speaking of exciting content, if you haven't already checked out the Actual Tech Media Guerrilla Guide Book Club, now is the time. Well, now after the webinar is the time. The Guerrilla Guide Book Club gives you access to free enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts, so you can stay up to date on trending enterprise technology. And yes, these books will work on your Kindle or mobile device, and they are completely free. You can download these awesome resources at GuerrillaGuide.com. There is a link in the handout tab for you as well. Well, and hey, we think that everybody here is probably pretty awesome. We're guessing you know a lot of awesome people as well. We want to get to know them. So another great way to win a prize is to refer an industry friend or coworker to the Actual Tech Media webinar series. Now, you're going to find a link to do that right there in your handouts tab. I'm going to keep sending you back to that handouts tab. Like I said, it's full of great stuff, just a treasure trove in there. You're also going to be automatically redirected at the end of the webinar as well. Now, it's very important that we promise not to spam your friends and coworkers. I know everyone's always concerned about that, especially if you're sharing someone's information. We're going to send them one invitation to a list of upcoming webinars, and if they don't respond, we're just going to send them one other little friendly hello, and that's it. Then both you and your coworker or friend could win a $300 Amazon gift card. We hold those drawings every month, so be sure to refer a friend because it could quite literally be a win-win. Okay, guys. Well, we just covered a lot of information, so hopefully your brains are awake and alert. I don't know about you guys, but I am ready to jump in. So if you do follow Actual Tech Media on LinkedIn, and I know you all do, you may have seen some of the surveys that we've conducted and some of the infographics that have come out of that, data protection, cloud strategies, and more. You know, these reports give us a great look at where organizations are in their tech journey, where they want to be, maybe what's stopping them or helping them get there. So pretty interesting stuff. And to kick us off today, I'm going to join my awesome fellow moderator, Scott Becker, on camera. And we're going to chat a little bit about one of those surveys. So give me 2 seconds, and we're just going to switch over.
All right. Hi, Scott. Thanks so much for joining us on the MegaCast today.
Hey, Jess. Great to be here.
Now, in the webinar today, we're talking about cloud strategies and solutions. So Scott and I thought that this would be a perfect time to share some exciting data from our favorite source, all of you. The graphics we're going to walk through with you all in just a moment come from a survey conducted with folks just like you in the Actual Tech Media community. There were quite a few questions asked, but Scott and I thought that it would be interesting to explore just a handful that can help us set the stage for our discussion today. So Scott, I'm going to keep going with the first few, and you can come back and join us in just a few moments.
Sounds good.
All right, great. Let's do this. So first up, start with a basic. Does your organization have a cloud strategy? So 5% of you said you're not sure, 12% said no, and 84% said yes. So this is a great place to start because it shows us that a lot of you already have a strategy, which is awesome. And that means today you're listening for ways to grow, scale, improve, or potentially adjust some of your existing solutions. And for those of you in that 5% or 12% zone, don't panic. You have not been left behind. And attending the MegaCast today is a perfect step towards exploring cloud strategies for your organization because the teams here with us are going to provide a lot of insight for you as you get started. And actually, that brings us to our second question. So of those who said no or not sure, we asked, do you plan on eventually developing and implementing one? Now, 27% said they're not sure, which is fine. 19% said no, and 54% said yes. So I love when there's a little bit of wiggle room there because it shows us that about half of the folks said that if their organization does not have a cloud strategy, they are looking to add one. So maybe they're being held up by a lack of resources. That could be financial and budgetary, technological, human, possibly some slow-moving decision makers or change management issues. So maybe a good place to start for all of you out there today is to think about those obstacles. What are the things that are preventing you from either implementing cloud solutions or possibly scaling and improving your existing solutions? Then, as you're listening to the sessions today, see if some of the speakers can solve or maybe circumnavigate some of those issues. I know you're going to get some great answers on the MegaCast. Okay, so we looked a bit closer at the folks who do not have a cloud strategy. Let's look a bit closer at the organizations who do. Which of the following apply in your cloud strategy? Okay, I'm going to start at the bottom of the list here. So 2% said you're not sure. 15% of you said cloud where safe. So you're only choosing the cloud when it feels sufficiently secure. 17% of you said cloud on cost. So you choose the cloud when it saves money or costs less. Now, 28% said cloud first, meaning your organization will use the cloud wherever, whenever possible. It's your first choice. And 38% of you said cloud forward. So in this case, it means you favor the cloud for some things, maybe even most things, but not all. It's not a must. So that means that over half of you, about 66%, are cloud first or cloud forward in your organization. And for the 32% who said that it's either cost or security that are the big factors holding you back from a more cloud central strategy, stay tuned because our expert guests are going to be able to provide some answers here too. And actually on that note, let's bring Scott on back into the convo now, because I think he's going to take us through a few more questions and some of what you can watch for in the sessions coming up today in our MegaCast. Scott, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. So let's get into some of the specific issues that people have in the cloud. You know, and our first question gets into some of the material that Jess was talking about on the security side, but this question was, do you believe the cloud is a secure enough platform to put sensitive data into? And the picture here is that people feel pretty secure. If you look at that biggest grouping, it's that thick red bar there. It's 49%, essentially half, saying that the cloud is mostly secure. And, you know, you add in the 9% who feel it's extremely secure, and we're a long way from where we were even a few years ago. Looked at another way, though, people aren't sure about security, and rightly so. Those mostly secure answers aren't completely confident, and that's probably as it should be. Threats are always evolving, and there's the constant possibility of mistaken configurations and things like that. So you've got another 23% here with concerns about security and nearly 20% who aren't sure. So we've got several companies today who are going to address some of those security issues. Okta and Gigamon come to mind, so stay tuned for that. Another area that we're going to hear some about today is cloud migration. So we've got another question on that to show you. And we asked which percentage range of cloud migration is currently complete in your organization. So very interesting is the 1% who've done no cloud migration or you know, none of it is complete. And that shows how few organizations are entirely on premises these days. You start getting into sort of the meat of the batting order here in the, up to a quarter and quarter to half and, half to 3/4. That's where most of the action is. Almost everybody is knee deep to hip deep in cloud migrations. So stay tuned for help on that from companies like Progress and others throughout the day on migrations. Finally, let's talk about cloud native and cloud development models. We asked a lot of questions about this in our survey, but this one kind of gets at the broad strokes of it. 63% of organizations have adopted a cloud development environment, 25% have not. So it's slightly early days in terms of cloud native and cloud development. Most people are in the process, but far from everybody. So you'll get some good guidance on modernizing development infrastructure for cloud from thought leaders like Red Hat. So I'm excited about the presentations coming up that are going to address a lot of the issues that we've been talking about here, Jess.
Yeah, me too. And on that note, I think it's about time to jump in. So thank you so much, Scott, as always, for joining me for another informative keynote. A special thanks to the Actual Tech Media team for collecting all that data for us, as well as all of you who answered our survey. Actual Tech Media surveys help ensure that we can continue to provide you with the content that you need in your organization. And hey, we just like getting to know you all a bit better as well. Well, Scott, as you just pointed out, we've got a lot to get to, so we'll hop off camera and we'll see you in a little bit.
Okay, well, hopefully you all enjoyed that little data break. I think it's pretty cool to see where you are all at. I want to keep digging in even more. So I put up another poll question for you here. We want to know what your time frame is for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company. So what this question really means, we just went through, do you have a cloud strategy? Do you not have a cloud strategy in place? If you are thinking about either enhancing or adding one, when do you think that would be coming into play for you and your organization? And as I'm looking here, normally I have to say we get a lot of the not sure's, which is always great because it means people are kind of open. But today we seem to be getting a lot maybe in the next 6 months or the next 12 months, which is pretty cool to see. So it looks like you guys are really ready to jump into some decisions and some new solutions here. So that's really cool. There's no bad place to be, but that always makes it a really nice way to start a MegaCast because we have a lot of answers for you here today. Speaking of which, let's get started on our first session. It is my pleasure to introduce you all to our first presenter in today's MegaCast, David Perez, Senior Product Expert at Progress Software. David, thank you so much for being here to get us started today. I'm going to hand the mic on over to you.
Thank you, Jess. Welcome, everyone. Today, we're going to be talking about foxes and hedgehogs, something you may have heard about before, but maybe not in terms of getting your cloud managed file transfer strategy right. Let's have a look at our agenda. We're really going to start with a parable about strategy related to those foxes and hedgehogs. We're going to talk about getting your cloud MFT strategy right, what it means to run MFT in the cloud, and we're going to focus in on Progress Move It, which is the industry's leading managed file transfer application. With that, let's start with that parable. It's actually a quote from a fragment of an ancient Greek poem. The fox knows many things, but the hedgehog knows one big thing. Now, we have no idea what the rest of the poem may have been about, but in the 20th century, famous philosopher Isaiah Berlin used this phrase as a way of looking at Tolstoy's view of history. So a lot of borrowing, a lot of innovative uses of this phrase. Berlin says he meant to use it as a kind of enjoyable intellectual game, but it was really taken seriously. And it has since then been used repeatedly, especially in the business world, as a way of understanding strategy and how to make the most of building a grand strategy. And with that in mind, we are going to use this phrase to help us build our own strategy, particularly as it relates to whether we should move our managed file transfer service to the cloud. So let's break it down a little bit. This is really a sort of modern interpretation of that ancient phrase, right? There's the hedgehog's view of the world. What does it mean to have a hedgehog's view? Well, that view includes deep focus, knowing your core mission, focusing all your resources on it, and avoiding superfluous activities. It's highly purpose-driven. The hedgehog adopts one way of looking at the world and the role of one's organization in it. And the hedgehog is, of course, highly results-oriented. There's no rest until the hedgehogs achieve the desired outcomes. So superb focus And this is overall quite the antithesis of the fox's view. Now, a fox would be someone who looks at things in the aggregate. They're open to new knowledge. They use multiple sources of information, and they're often open to working in teams to gather that knowledge. Foxes have something we might call metacognition. And that means the fox possesses insight into how it thinks. There's a self-awareness there that includes being aware of biases that one brings to the table and actually addressing those biases. A fox also brings humility to any experience. They willingly acknowledge uncertainty and embrace that uncertainty, admit when errors have been made. And foxes are open to changing their mind based on new evidence, which means that they can adapt. So unlike the hedgehog, very detail-oriented and very able to adapt and flow with changes in the situation. How does this relate to getting our cloud managed file transfer strategy right? Well, what we recommend is that you take a balanced approach. Instead of taking an either-or view of things, first, look at your managed file transfer strategy like a hedgehog. Your mission comes first. Your organization has something it's trying to accomplish, maybe many things, but those are what drive the activity. The managed file transfer is just there to support it and sometimes to make that bet the business exercise complete successfully. And so when you're taking the hedgehog view, you're always thinking mission first, and you're thinking about outcomes next. How do we actually achieve the things we're setting out to do? Next, we want to add that perspective of thinking like a fox. We want to step into the methods, the timing, the execution of the deployment, the maintenance, the delivery of managed file transfer, and really get into the details. Things that our C-level or executive decision makers simply aren't going to be concerned about, and they're relying on their foxes to make sure that those details are done right. So we want to take the balanced approach by combining these in order. So what does this look like in practice? So we're looking at managed file transfer, which of course is all about securely sharing sensitive files in a compliant way within our organization and with external partners. So what does the hedgehog say about this? Hedgehog's going to start off with questions like, is secure file transfer an essential part of running our organization? Is this a must-have? And how do we assure compliance with strict cybersecurity standards like HIPAA, PCI DSS, GDPR, ISO 27001, and so on, so we can carry out our mission? If your organization is concerned about compliance, it's typically a central component of fully carrying out your mission, meaning you're not making revenue, you're not completing those essential tasks unless you're also in compliance. So this is going to be something that even the executive level decision makers are going to be thinking about. Very much a hedgehog way of looking at things. And, you know, like any leader, they may also be interested in understanding how an implementation of a really key service like MFT is going to impact their organization. How can they best implement MFT so they can minimize the impact on the IT team and other value creators? So not just the ones who are deploying MFT, but the ones who are actually using it day to day. Is it intuitive? Is it helping them get straight to value creation instead of taking them away from it, keeping the focus on the mission? Now, there's the other side of things, which we absolutely should be contemplating in this MFT cloud strategy question. What does the fox say? And if when you saw that sentence pop up. You thought of the song. So did I. I can't get it out of my head. I'm really sorry if it's an earworm in your head too. Now, what does the Fox say about MFT in the cloud? Well, they're going to be asking things like, what kinds of MFT services and capabilities do we need to provide to meet our service level objectives? And they're really thinking about, are we doing the things that are expected of IT with MFT? Would it be better for us to build or buy these capabilities? How does the ROI profile change if we move our managed file transfer server, which may be on-prem at the moment, to the cloud? What if we opt for MFT as a service and actually get rid of managing any server at all? That's a fantastic question that really gets to the heart of whether or not an organization should be moving to the cloud at all. When do we need this to be operational? Wow, this is a great question. I think is often overlooked. If your IT team is asking about when to deliver things, it's really coming down to how do we prioritize this, and how soon do we need to be turning value with this service? How many full-time employees will we need to sustain this service? Even something that's simple, intuitive, and fairly low maintenance, you're going to want to have more than one person, probably at least 2 or 3, who understand the capability and how to maintain it and how it continues to deliver service in an ongoing way. And of course, what kind of onboarding will we need to get done so that stakeholders will adopt our chosen managed file transfer service? And this is a brilliant question that really gets into the kind of details that turn the existence of a service into value for the corporation, and the things that people who have a Fox-like mindset are going to be asking. So, these two sides, these sort of two hemispheres of the strategic thinking really do need to come together in order to generate value and to help us pointedly answer this question, whether we should be in the cloud with MFT. So let's back up for a moment and just think about managed file transfer and whether it is intrinsically valuable. I would say absolutely. Within Progress, we see this all the time. People invest in all kinds of things: infrastructure, applications, and the things that are needed to help business processes go. But if security isn't there in the first place, then everything else is kind of moot, because it just opens the door for all kinds of problems. Security really is the essential IT investment. What we found is that more than 84% of organizations need to meet some sort of strict compliance standard like HIPAA and PCI DSS and those others I mentioned. So it's close to ubiquitous, the need to meet those kinds of standards. In 2021, we found that over 100 million individuals were affected by data breaches. And organizations weren't just targeted for their size, but for the value of their data, which means that if you're running in a relatively small firm that could be related to healthcare or the law or even manufacturing, there are criminals interested in accessing your data, and you can be a target just by virtue of the value of your data. And there's been a 10% increase in the average total cost of a breach. So it's not just an inconvenience anymore. It can be a bet the business exercise. So when we talk about the criticality of securely moving files, it is not just person to person, although it's absolutely that. We have in different industries people moving files to systems, between systems, or even having automated secure files being sent from a system to a person in an automated way. So when you think about all of these things happening, it becomes pretty clear that there ought to be a frank conversation within any organization as to whether managed file transfer should be something that you're running on premises, or you're running the entire stack, or whether it's something that you can move to the cloud and lighten the burden on your IT team and help your organization to meet those critical capabilities and help fulfill its mission as it's trying to do. So now I want to introduce Progress Move It as something that is definitely worthy of your consideration. Move It has been named the industry leader by G2 reports. The users who use the software day to day have spoken, and they have made Move It the #1 overall managed file transfer application in the industry. So we're really proud of this. I encourage you to look into the reports and see in what ways that Move It is leading the industry, in terms of ROI, usability, support. Really is a standout offering across the industry. But what is Move It specifically? Move It is, something that gives you full visibility of your files at rest and in transit. We're encrypting files between internal and external parties at rest and in transit. Move It offers automation to help eliminate human error, improve operational efficiency without the need for programming, and it gives you centralized management and control from any device. Like I said, Move It will help any organization meet requirements found in HIPAA and these other security standards. It is essential, but it is not sufficient all by itself. This is something that you would use in conjunction with your existing security environment to make secure file transfers absolutely rock solid and secure point to point wherever they're going, even at rest. And you're probably wondering, well, where does Move It exist? Where does it live? And here we come back to the question, do we run MFT on-prem or in the cloud? Well, there are so many different options. The baseline, the fundamental Move It transfer MFT application is a Windows Server application that can be installed on premises, or you could install it in the Azure cloud, and you could run your own Azure instance there and manage that, as well as the application on top of the instance. But if you wanted to completely relieve your IT team of the burden of managing the underlying infrastructure and managing the application itself, and just immediately put the benefit of MFT in the hands of both your IT team and your organization's stakeholders, the value creators, you could use Move It Cloud, which is managed file transfer as a service. And that also is delivered through the Azure cloud, but Progress runs everything for you. Very scalable, very powerful. If location is something that is relevant for your organization, such that you needed to ensure that your data is sitting in a particular country, we have clusters in the US, in the UK, Australia, and we're growing all the time. And so there are all sorts of wonderful possibilities for using Move It Cloud to meet those kinds of strict compliance standards as well. I mentioned automation as being a key aspect of the Move It MFT offering. Move It automation is something you can add on to Move It Cloud or to Move It Transfer, so that you can automate the transfer of files at volume. Again, removing the human error, assuring compliance, and just making it easy to secure user access. And if you're interested in making sure that you're meeting compliance fully and you want to use automation, that's something that will probably require a few extra steps. And we have an outstanding sales team and professional services to be able to help with those kinds of things. And last of all, in the Move It portfolio is Move It Gateway, which offers a DMZ reverse proxy so that you can keep your secure files absolutely safe behind your firewalls. And just continue to make that easily accessible for external users. Now, MoveIt has a lot of wonderful key features that I think I've already mentioned a number of these. I want to highlight that we also offer support for multi-factor authentication, single sign-on. We have native iOS and Android mobile apps, REST, .NET, and Java APIs for easy integration. If your IT team is really concerned about managing their encryption properly, we offer automatic encryption key rotation. So the key to that encryption is, can be evergreen, can be refreshed and switched out in a way that is not disruptive to your users. And we offer all kinds of wonderful compatibility, S3 endpoint, SharePoint, Azure blobs. And, this is an application that Progress continues to offer new releases on and to improve. So it's absolutely a product that we want to keep evergreen, make sure it's an outstanding product to enhance and enable security within your organization. Who needs MoveIt? Well, I mentioned some of these industry verticals before. Healthcare, absolutely. You're going to see that within a hospital or IDN environment, your CISO is going to be interested to see how secure file transfer can be done. IT architects, compliance officers, and you'll see that these titles vary across industries, but the functions are, they tend to be the same. And typically, the higher level we are within an organization, the less awareness there is specifically of what kinds of specific features and capabilities an MFT platform offers, and the less knowledge there is of, would this be better as an on-prem application that our team manages, or would this be better as something that we put in the cloud? So we're managing less infrastructure, or should we absolutely do this as a service? And that's where people like compliance officers, IT managers, directors, IT admins, even very specific users like managed file transfer specialists will be giving their influence and assessing the capabilities of the MFT platform being considered, and then offering that back to the C-level executives to help them make the right decision for the organization. MoveIt's going to be great for healthcare, banking, financial services, and insurance, government, and manufacturing. We already have some outstanding case studies and cool success stories around how MoveIt's helped in each of these industries. If you'd like to get in touch with me about anything I've covered today, I'd love to hear from you. Here's my direct email. You can also contact a member of our sales team for a free trial. We're happy to help you in any of those departments, and I'm happy to take questions.
David, what a great presentation. Other than you absolutely did get that song stuck in my head. I have very much enjoyed it.
I'm glad to hear.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone in the audience is trying not to hate you for that, but great presentation. I love the parable. It's funny, at the start, I was kind of trying to decide, am I more a fox or a hedgehog? And then you really brought it home. You kind of need both, don't you?
You absolutely do. And yeah, that reciprocal conversation it's really potent for, getting to the right strategy quickly and making sure everyone's fully invested in doing MFT the way that works for their organization.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we have some awesome questions coming in from our audience. David, are you ready to jump into some Q&A now?
Definitely. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. This is actually a great one because you were just talking about a few of the verticals and industries in your presentation, but we have someone here wondering about size. David, can you tell us what size organization is going to find value in a managed file transfer?
Definitely. That's a great question. I can tell you that the vast majority of customers of Progress that use MoveIt for managed file transfer tend to be what we would call medium size to large size enterprises. While that's the norm, we also have customers who are, relatively small shops, like fewer than 30 employees, because it's not that they have, an enormously large amount of files, like a huge volume of files to transfer. It's that every single file they send is a bet the business exercise. And if they were to fail to meet compliance with the security standards that pertain to their industry, there can be huge fines, hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars, especially if we're talking about personally identifiable information related to healthcare, and especially if that happens over and over. So it absolutely has to be done right. So we could be talking about something like a medical practice, right, with a dozen physicians and their staff. Could be a law firm. It could be a company with some serious intellectual property that they need to deliver, or say maybe an auto dealership that's starting to offer credit in a new way, and they need to transfer some of those files securely, and they just can't take the risk. So really, size is much less important, but I hope that gives you an idea of kind of where we play.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I wish we could keep going, David. We're running a bit short on time, so I just want to ask you one more question here, and then we'll kind of wrap. I'm curious when this one came in. So wondering, what trend are you seeing in cloud deployment?
Wow. Great question.
Yeah,
there's so much happening, and you see all kinds of new acronyms popping up, GRC, governance, risk, compliance, to talk about this need. It's practically ubiquitous, but we see a lot of organizations moving to the cloud. There's enormous overall growth of cloud applications, and not just as a matter of cost savings, but also to lighten the burden on IT teams, so that organizations can focus on what they're really out to do.
Well, I'm excited to see how that plays out for all of us. And I'm assuming that for some of the folks in our audience, they would want to know how Progress could be a part of that journey for them. So if somebody's really ready to jump in, what's their first step, David? Where do they go?
Well, definitely reach out to a member of our sales team. They'll set you up with data sheets, case studies, success stories that you might find relevant, and of course, a free trial. I mean, it's a great place to start. I think that MFT can seem daunting at first, but once you really get your hands into it and you realize, oh wow, this is something intuitive and it's just so easy. I think you'll see that it's something you can get value from probably faster than you imagine.
Perfect. Well, I think that's a great place to leave it. I have since forgiven you for getting the song stuck in my head. And thank you very much, David. This has been absolutely fascinating.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Well, such a fun presentation and just an awesome way to start out the MegaCast today. I do want to point out that I have put up a poll question for you all on the screen. We would love to get your feedback on any additional resources that you would like to explore from Progress Software. Your feedback is so valuable, so please do take a moment to answer that poll. And I do want to remind you, if your question did not get read out in the live session today, I know we were a little short on time with David there, so we kind of had to cut it a bit short there. But David and the Progress team will be following up. So those questions are not going to waste. Keep sending them in. I do also want to remind you to click on that Handouts tab in your audience console and download the data sheet exploring managed file transfer as a service in greater detail. Just some super interesting reading there, so go check it out. And while you're doing that, while you're filling out the poll, downloading your handout, I have some good news for you all. It is already time for our very first prize giveaway. Now, we have a $500 Amazon gift card plus one of those grand prizes, an awesome Apple M1 24-inch iMac. And yes, you do get to choose the color. A reminder that you must be in attendance at the live webinar to win. So if you're here today, you could be a winner. And our next winner of a $500 Amazon gift card is Harold St. Germain of Louisiana. Harold St. Germain of Louisiana, you have won a $500 Amazon gift card. And our grand prize winner, one of 5 today, of an Apple M1 24-inch iMac is Mike Winans of Wisconsin. Mike Winans of Wisconsin. He's winning today. I cracked myself up. Congratulations to Harold and to Mike. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after the webinar. Don't forget, there are still lots more chances to win a prize today, plus that best question card from each session. So keep those questions coming in. Okay, but now it's time to keep zipping right along. We're going to jump into our next presentation in the MegaCast. I'm going to move away from our poll here. And let's head on over. Next up, we are so excited to introduce Erica Bagby, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Illumio, and Jeff Stauffer, Senior Technical Marketing Engineer at Illumio. Erica and Jeff, thank you so much for being here on today's MegaCast. The platform is all yours.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
I gotcha.
Awesome. All right, so I'm going to jump right into it. No way for me to see or talk to anyone quite yet. We'll save it for the Q&A. I'm trusting that everyone is happy and having a great Wednesday so far. So getting into what cloud native visibility and control looks like is what we're focused here at Illumio, because of a lot of trends and migrations leading organizations by the masses, shifting workloads to the cloud. And so there's been a gap that we're seeing with processes that are lagging in updating how we approach the cloud and applying policy consistently. So I want to talk a little bit about that and what we're focused on as far as devising cloud strategies and solutions around cloud native architecture. So moving right along, I'm going to just hit next. All right, so the business and technical trends of 2022 that we're noticing. The first one I really want to talk about is IT decentralization. These are all kind of lumped together that are the business trends, the reinvention economy that is a consequence of pressure that was applied during the pandemic to accelerate adoption and growth into more innovative technologies that enable the business rather than become an incumbent or a cost center to the business. Enabling organizations to transition how we deliver services, how we're consuming services, the customer experience and the expectations completely shifted, and working from distributed environments and consuming services in a distributed manner across every organization that were even particularly laggards in adoption to cloud, like education and the financial industry, right? And some where compliance was particularly restrictive. And a lot of that got lifted. And so then we saw this massive shift of workloads move to the cloud native platforms, that you'll see another bubble here to the left side of this picture or this image. And that introduced more and more adoption of infrastructure as code, where we're actually moving the change process window from weeks and months to literally minutes and days using infrastructure as code in the cloud, where we can do continuous innovation and continuous development. But with that came the IT decentralization, which introduced a lot of challenges that we're facing today as we're shifting to the cloud. And that is, you're not just talking about shadow IT in terms of somebody, Larry or Susan brought a router or a Wi-Fi endpoint to the office to try to speed up their Wi-Fi. It's more than that now. It's not just about the BYOD devices or even somebody bringing some kind of device like a router or access point to the office, right? Which that used to be what we talked about when we discussed shadow IT. Now we're saying that with IT decentralization, you have the marketing department that's empowered to turn up applications in the cloud. You have different groups that are now in charge, and central control has shifted to each department on their own. And so now you have CISOs that go, I didn't even know that this application was in my cloud environment. I didn't even know we were using it. And so we have to look at how do we enable and empower these decentralized teams to move at the rate of change required to stay competitive in the digital era without introducing risk, because we no longer have central control, management, and visibility of all of these different instances that are so easily spun up across the cloud. So it's good and it's bad, right? We got to address it. And then the distributed enterprise I talked about, that's not going away. We're going to continue to see these distributed enterprises grow, and that as we're shifting towards the cloud and on the edge is close, or all of our applications are closer and closer to the edge, there's no such thing as the clear-cut perimeter where this castle and moat style of securing our workloads and our applications and our data, our sensitive data. It's not a clear-cut, dry scenario anymore. We can't just put a firewall at the edge and say that this is going to filter all the traffic in and out. We have a lot of east-west traffic that is not being accounted for in this dissolving perimeter scenario. And the shift left movement is also important because as I talk about the adoption and migration to cloud, you also have to consider that you have application teams, DevOps teams that are a part of this shift left movement in terms of they're putting security controls or being asked to put security controls at the beginning stages of the DevOps cycle to production. And the challenge with that is that it's security controls placed in the hands of people that aren't security experts. And so there's another area where empowerment, visibility, and control really helps not introduce friction into the workflow and the life cycle of application development, but streamline it with information that enables us to reduce the risk of the organization while adopting cloud with confidence. And so with that, I'm going to go into the next slide, if I can just figure out the right button to push here. Some of the key challenges that I kind of mentioned in that business trend slide, but I'll just hone in on the top three that really led us to our strategy for cloud native. And that is the cloud blind spots, where you have cloud native infrastructure and architecture that cannot leverage traditional IT tools to gain visibility into workload communication and behavior and traffic patterns. And so you don't have visibility as it is using traditional tools. The other part of it is, in other words, you can't use an agent. There's nothing to attach an agent to in some instances within the cloud environment. And so we need other approaches like an agentless tool to be able to gain that visibility. And the other part is, you know, you may be able to scrub some VPC log or VPC flow logs within your AWS account and try to figure out what's going on, what traffic patterns are happening. But then you have to go do the same thing in Azure, the same thing in GCP. And let's face it, we're not in a single public cloud environment. We're not even in the cloud completely. We have hybrid environments. We have data and workloads that are on-prem. We have data and workloads that is in the cloud and various public clouds, because the world's not perfect. We're in a multi-cloud world. It's just how we're operating organizations. Even if you talk to some people within your organization, they say, all I want is AWS. It's what I know. It's great. It works for all the functions and services that I need. It's better than Azure for XYZ reasons. You're going to have someone come in that's with a budget and higher pay grade saying, you know what, no, we need to use Azure because we have these workloads running on it. Or maybe you have an acquisition and now you're merging companies and now you have multiple cloud environments. There's many reasons why this happens, but ultimately there's no comprehensive, cohesive view that shows you all of your traffic, unmanaged and managed workloads across your hybrid and multi-cloud environments. And that leaves a lot of gaps and a lot of blind spots. So from there, you talk about the application awareness. It's easy to say, oh, I have this instance running in the cloud and I have XYZ instance running over here and here, and know that those workloads are there residing in, say, AWS, but you don't actually know how it's behaving, what it's doing, what is communicating with that application, what are the traffic flows associated with that workload, and then also what security groups are being affected or impacting that workload, right? And so being able to identify which security groups are actually affecting the workload, how the application is behaving and communicating, is critical to consistently apply security policy and zero trust practices where you're reducing your risk. And that's where the security gaps come in. And when I mentioned before the shift left movement and your application and DevOps team trying to put security controls at the beginning stages of the application lifecycle, a lot of times what we're seeing happen is that organizations are leaving the security groups in default mode. And in default mode, you're extremely exposed to the outside world. You have any policy, which means anything can come in, anything can go out. And that's just because you're working with teams that want to make sure that this application works. They don't want to break the application, don't want friction introduced to the life cycle of the development and to production of the application. And so it's left in default mode because they don't know what they don't know about the behavior of the app. And so in order to avoid this, we're looking at a solution here with Cloud Secure. And this is where Illumio Cloud Secure comes into play. And that is, yes, let's adopt the paradigm shift, the new model with cloud infrastructure in this hybrid world where we're able to be more flexible, agile, deliver new customer experiences, reset the standard, move the bar higher. All of those great things come when we're adopting cloud. But our processes are a little bit behind that because we have teams that are essentially siloed. We don't have alignment across IT as we're shifting for our teams from on-prem and cloud environments. And this is direct feedback that we're hearing from all of our customers that are trying to figure out their solution for this hybrid world that we live in. And so Cloud Secure takes away that cloudy visibility, if you would, and helps address what we know is coming down the pipeline today and in the next 5 years. Gartner predicts that by 2025, 95% of workloads will be moved to the cloud. So this problem isn't going away. And with Cloud Secure, what we're able to do is give you that comprehensive view that removes the cloud blind spots with real-time visibility of all your traffic and workloads that identify the risk of any network exposure that especially is unnecessary. And then we improve your zero trust security posture by giving you recommendations and policy that for your security groups that refines and optimizes the security policy from open to any to a very specific set of ports and IP addresses that we know your application is communicating with, that it should be communicating with, and help you refine that policy so that you're able to keep moving forward with a fast rate of change to keep up with the market, but you're not introducing risk. So ultimately, Cloud Secure solves the following use cases. Risk visibility, where you're not able to see what we can't, if you can't see it, you can't control it, and this is what we're mitigating and we're removing. The ability to assess that risk across your multi-cloud and hybrid environments, and see managed and unmanaged workloads all from a consolidated single UI. The second part, cloud migration. I talked about Gartner's prediction of 95% of workloads being in the cloud by 2025. That is going to happen. We're trying to enable our customers to adopt and migrate to the cloud with confidence. And visibility is where we can generate the confidence for our customers to migrate. And then the third piece of that is the cloud network security. Having a zero trust posture management, a mature zero trust posture management is the most sure way to gain confidence and move and migrate to the cloud much more quickly. And that was out of a report where we hired ESG to survey over 1,000 organizations internationally. And the consensus was that a mature zero trust practice enabled them to migrate much more quickly to the cloud. All right, so now let me talk a little bit about how this works. First thing that we do with Cloud Secure is connect to your environment so that we can collect all the object metadata that we're analyzing in the real-time traffic flows that eventually creates the telemetry from the public cloud accounts using agentless methods. The second thing is we take all of that information that we're collecting once we connect to your public clouds and create an application dependency map that assesses all of your labels and tags that are assigned to the different categories that you have based on role, location, the environment, or the application type itself, so that we can organize and structure your data and your applications in a way that is in plain language and clearly makes sense. And in this application dependency map, you'll see all the workloads and the connected objects and services that the application is utilizing, not just for your AWS account, but you'll see workloads from AWS, Azure, GCP is coming soon. And then when you combine it with our core product, Illumio Core, you can actually see all the managed devices that you have as well that we're collecting via agents in your on-prem and private cloud environments. From there, we optimize your security group policies by analyzing the traffic patterns. We can say, hey, you have overly permissive security policies in XYZ application, and you're actually in default mode. There's a policy we recommend to change from any to these 3 ports, these 3 IP addresses, because we have analyzed that over, a month. It happens quickly, but of course, the longer we're analyzing, the more we can set baselines for your traffic pattern behavior and really know what the application requires and what it might be communicating with that we need to block, for example, that's not necessary. And so then we optimize that with the recommendations and say, change it to this rule. You can either deploy it straight to AWS, or you can actually download the CloudFormation, which is a simple text file that you can insert into any of your change control processes that you have today. And then you have instant updated security group policies that help you improve that zero trust practice. Because at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is reduce risk and help you in your cloud strategy, help you actually implement a practice of zero trust that does these top 3 things. These are the principles that we employ with Cloud Secure, helping you get to least trust or least privileged access, untrust until verify, and comprehensive security monitoring across all of your environments. With that, I'll wrap it up with some key benefits and features, and then we'll go into some live Q&A. So ultimately, what we're capturing here is agentless, cloud-native agentless approach to gaining real-time visibility into your applications and traffic flows to get data telemetry that helps you refine and optimize your security policy, unified into a single tagging schema and label strategy that helps you better manage all of your workloads in a consolidated view across your hybrid environments. And with that, I will go ahead and move to the Q&A section. I hope this was really helpful for you guys, and looking forward to some communication now.
Awesome. What a great presentation. I love that. I do want to point out to anyone that the links on the slide there are clickable. So I'm going to leave that up for just another couple of seconds, and then I'll switch over to the poll and we can come back to that one before we wrap today too. Let's also bring Jeff on, because I think Jeff is here to help us answer some questions. Hi, Jeff.
Hello,
maybe we have Jeff here. There we go. Hi, Jeff.
Howdy. Thanks for having me.
All right. So Jeff and Erica, thank you so much for that presentation. Lots of good content. Jeff, I know you're here to help us out with some of our more technical questions. We've got lots of good questions coming in. I am going to move over to the poll. So if you were wanting to click on those links, click, 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 click. I'll come back to those later, don't worry. Let's head on over to our poll now. We do want to know what additional information you would like about the Illumio solution. So make sure to fill that out and let us know. And in the meantime, Jeff and Erica and I are going to dive in. You guys ready to rock?
Yep.
Okay, well, let's do this. I want to start with this one because I do think it's an interesting question for a lot of people, especially if they're dealing with cloud or hybrid or on-prem. So is it possible to install Cloud Secure on-premises?
So Cloud Secure is currently a SaaS-only product because we are doing pretty rapid development on it. I mean, there's new features coming out like almost every month. So, I mean, down the road, it could become an on-prem solution, but for now, it's SaaS-based.
Awesome. Nice and easy. Okay. Then let's see here. Do we have a list of services that we can associate ENIs with Elastic Network interfaces with?
Yeah, so the answer differs per cloud provider. Let's start with AWS because that's the easiest one. So with AWS, it's pretty simple. As long as the object you have has a network interface associated with it, then Illumio can discover it and learn about all of its traffic flows and visualize them for you on the map. So AWS is pretty simple. When we get to Azure, it's a little more nuanced because Microsoft does not always provide flow logs for all of their object types. So things like virtual machines can be visualized and seen the traffic flows. In some cases, databases can, but beyond that, it requires a little bit of a deeper conversation about, what can be done. And that's not anything that we can control. It's just the way Microsoft has set up Azure to the kind of flow logs they provide us to consume. And then we're working on Google now, so that'll be to be determined, what kind of objects we can look at, as that's the next cloud provider we're going to be developing.
Awesome. Okay. Can Illumio help me segment my internal network traffic so that I can limit network traffic?
Internal network, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of segmentation, right? Is we use we use a network-based strategy, and we apply labels to workloads so that you can manage your workloads without having to try to keep track of things like IP addresses or what VLAN it's segmented on, right? We try to abstract all that so that it becomes more of a human readable policy that you can implement and push out to all these workloads. So part of that answer was really talking about our Illumio Core product, which is an agent-based solution that we can manage those workloads. Cloud Secure is more specific to the cloud environment and it's agentless. And so, we're more about managing the native security groups in those cloud environments. And, if you want to protect individual cloud workloads from each other, then yeah, you could tighten down those security groups so that they can only talk to who you want them to talk to.
Okay. If one has SQL Server databases and applications in cloud, do we need transparent data encryption with Illumio?
Do we need transparent data encryption? Not sure where that question's going, but we don't really care about the layer of encryption. We're just looking at traffic flows and showing you who's talking to who. So we really don't get into packet inspection at that level. Okay.
No, that's fine. And Jaideep, if you have a follow-up question or clarification that you want to dig into, please feel free to post that. What happens if a workload does not match any of the label mapping rules in Cloud Secure?
So we have a label mapping process that takes your cloud metadata or tags, and automatically, as we learn about workloads, it maps them into our standard labels that we use to manage policy. So if there isn't a particular rule that matches on a label, it won't appear on our map, but it'll still be listed in the tabular form as a workload we've learned about. It just won't be visualized. So that's something you can go back and just edit your label mapping rules so that you can incorporate whatever those tags were.
Nice. All right. I do really wish we could keep going because we've got some great questions coming in, but we are running a bit low on time. So Erica and Jeff, maybe to wrap us up here, if someone was ready to get started with the Illumio solution, they want to get some more info and jump in, what's their first step? How do they get started?
Yeah, the first step would be if they go to our website, tryillumio.com, or illumio.com/tryillumio, you can start to get your hands on with our product and just test it out for yourself in your very own environment. That will connect you with someone at Illumio so that you can get your questions answered and get someone that's helping you implement and figure out the right solution for you.
That's awesome. And Jeff, I know you were answering some questions over live chat while Erica was presenting. So if you have a few minutes, if anyone else has questions, please feel free to get them in. Jeff and Erica can get those answered for you. If we didn't get to your question in the live chat, they can help us out with that as well. Jeff, Erica, thank you so much for being here today. This was really fascinating.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to very quickly, I want to thank everyone who filled out that poll. I'm going to throw up the links that we got from Illumio one more time. So please do feel free to click on those, save those for later. Also encourage you to head on over to the Handouts tab and download the handout from Illumio. It's actually an awesome ebook, 5 things you might not know about cloud security. That's a really interesting read. So head on over, download that for later. Okay, well, guys, it is time for another prize giveaway. So right now, we are going to give away a $500 Amazon gift card. A reminder that you must be present at the live webinar to win. So our next winner of a $500 Amazon gift card today is Bill Bartell of Iowa. Bill Bartell of Iowa, you have won a $500 Amazon gift card. Congratulations, Bill. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after the webinar. And don't forget, there's still lots more chances to win one of those grand prizes, another gift card, plus that best question gift card from each session. So make sure you continue to get those questions in. But now let's keep moving along with our MegaCast. Up next, we are so excited to introduce Robert West, the Inside Sales Engineer at Rubrik. Let's head on over to his title slide there. Robert, thank you so much for being here with us today. The platform is all yours.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Robert West. I'm a sales engineer here at Rubrik, based out of Austin, Texas. Today, we're going to be discussing Rubrik's offerings for securing your cloud environments. All right, so here are some of the objectives I'm going to talk you through in regards to some of the key challenges you may be facing when it comes to data protection in the cloud. Then we'll talk about how Rubrik can step in and help. At the end of the presentation, I'll walk you through a brief tour of our Polaris platform, where we make all of this possible from a single pane of glass. First things first, let's do a brief level set on Rubrik and the core value proposition of our platform, where it really all begins. First, we modernize the way that traditional legacy backup is done through our single scale-out software fabric approach built on a 2U 4-node hyperconverged appliance on-prem, which drastically consolidates and simplifies the way that core backup is done. We support all enterprise apps for this workflow with an API-first platform that is secure and flexible to automate, driven essentially by our SLAs. Out of the box, it's natively immutable through our append-only Atlas file system. So once data is written to Rubrik, it can't be edited, overwritten, encrypted, etc. We also provide a logical air gap by not presenting Rubrik over the network via standard network protocols like NFS or SMB. Instead, every communication is done with secure APIs. Second, what we will mostly be talking about today is that our platform natively extends to the cloud. Our software was designed in the cloud era with cloud in mind, where we can dynamically move data to the cloud, spin things up in the cloud, take a VM and archive it to the cloud, and protect cloud native assets. Last but not least, where we're going and our vision as a company is to deliver additional business value beyond just the core backup layer. We provide additional insights with use cases like cyber resiliency and data governance by making use of the backup metadata that we ingest. So think of monitoring snapshots for any anomalous changes or finding out exactly where sensitive data like credit cards and social security numbers might be out in the open. And we also provide you with threat hunting capabilities so that our customers can scan existing snapshots for indicators of compromise to help signal when an infection likely started in the first place. And that's the core platform in general. But let's jump back in and why we're here. And that is to talk about the cloud and the challenges to managing and protecting that data. So here's a checklist and what we're trying to solve for here. Three things. The first, quite fitting for today, is figuring out how do I solve for the cloud. We find that enterprises are trying to solve for data management in a hybrid architecture. So that means they're adopting new cloud platforms and even deploying multiple cloud platforms to achieve a lot of different things unique to that specific organization. Secondly, customers we talk to are trying to make it easier to run their digital estate. Automation is a key tenet to our operational efficiency. So when thinking about your next data management solution, it's something that must be easy to automate and integrate into your existing environment. Last, but certainly not least, is tackling the security risk. Data security and being able to recover from ransomware plus data governance are top of mind for really everyone. A data management solution would be incomplete if it did not provide recovery capabilities for cyber attacks and region failures. Another problem that comes into play and has to do with the shared responsibility model, where one part of the setup is the responsibility of the cloud provider, and another part of it is the responsibility of the customer. But no matter what, when it comes to security, it's always going to fall in the lap of the customer. And because of that, they are seeking out well-architected cloud solutions. And because of this, it can become especially tricky if you're hybrid, multi-cloud, or operating at an enormous scale, whether it's infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, or software as a service apps. And here's the main challenge for those with existing workloads in the cloud. A typical cloud architecture often involves tens, if not hundreds, of different account subscriptions across many different clouds and regions, which combined with manual job scheduling or painful scripting, it can really drain the productivity from IT teams. In the field, we're hearing from some of our prospects that they're having to set up all these different components around things like retention and frequency, then having to deploy resources within multiple regions for each account, where now you have to manage backup schemes across all these different regions. However, at Rubrik, we can help you solve this and ensure that your data is backed up and protected no matter where it sits in the cloud. Our platform can tie in regardless of where your organization is in its cloud journey, whether you're 90% on-prem and have a deadline to be in the cloud in the next 6 to 12 months, or you're born in the cloud and building all your apps there. So, we can definitely extend security and governance to the cloud for you. Our customers are all on a journey to the cloud, and thus far, this is what we have helped them solve. Rubrik makes it easy to archive backup data to low-cost storage in the cloud. We can also help orchestrate their existing applications into the cloud to accelerate their move away from on-premise infrastructure. And we also help to ensure their new cloud native workloads are protected. First up, archival. Most customers, if they have an on-prem data center and have replaced a legacy solution with Rubrik, will take an archive of their backup data and send it to the public cloud, maybe something like an AWS S3 bucket or Azure Blob. Our technology does incremental forever in the archive piece. So it's efficient with how we're placing the data in the cloud bucket. We can also automate that lifecycle of how the data tiers and when it tiers based on policies and storage class. This is all controlled within our SLA policy domain to dictate when and where you want your data archived. Because again, of all the metadata and how it's indexed, it's searchable. And if you need to pull back data out of the archive with our software, you can retrieve singular files without pulling the whole VM back. So if you had an archive living in an S3 IA infrequent access bucket, but maybe there's a document you've been asked to pull from 3 months ago, which is no longer in production, it's in the backup. Or let's say you want to set up an SLA policy that says you want to take snapshots every 6 hours, keep that data local on the appliance for 30 days, but then you also have a retention requirement of 2 years. You can then set up the SLA policy to reflect this need, so data after it's been retained locally for 30 days can automatically get pushed up to the least expensive tier in the cloud. We also, of course, offer end-to-end encryption, 256-bit at rest and at flight. Next up, cloud instantiation. This is a feature of ours that we call Cloud On, which is only available currently for AWS and Azure. Customers protecting their on-prem workloads using Rubrik usually implement this for things like disaster recovery, app migration, or an accelerated test dev environment from their existing snapshots on the appliance. Technically speaking, what this does is it supports conversion on an on-prem VM to an EC2 instance in AWS or a VM in Azure, irrespective of whether if the snapshot's available locally on the brick or has already been archived to AWS or Azure. It does this by converting the VMDK to an AMI for AWS or VHD for Azure, from which an instance can be launched in the cloud. Rubrik supports 2 workflows for converting and instantiating an on-premise VM in the cloud. We can do it on demand, providing flexibility of a good RPO, as an end user can go back in time on any snapshot and hit the launch in the cloud button, or you could choose to schedule this conversion. Once that is enabled, the cloud on job will execute every 2 hours by default and convert the latest snapshot, last point in time snapshot to that particular image format. Last up is cloud native protection. This is delivered as a service based snapshotting tool available through Polaris GPS, which we'll touch on, which I'll show you here in a bit. This software is used to protect workloads that are infrastructure as a service or platform as a service in the cloud. Because some customers, after they've lifted and shifted or they built things cloud native, they want to make sure that they can provide the same level of governance and security. First of all, for this capability, it's software as a service from a configuration standpoint. There's no running resources like compute nodes or anything like that in your cloud account. All we're doing is connecting via API from our console, which is an aggregation of metadata. It's a control plane, if you will. We connect from that control plane via API to your cloud account, and you're off and running. Implementation usually only takes several minutes. So it's very quick to set up and consume. For scalable protection, we offer the ability to create a policy that spans hundreds of thousands of resources in the cloud by simply telling what kind of RPO and RTO you want. For instance, you could say, I want to be able to back up all of my cloud resources, whether it's RDS workloads or EC2 once a day. I want to retain that data for 15 days and then archive it out somewhere else. You could set that policy up and the software handles the entire backup and recovery process. We take a lot of the manual work out of having to go configure all these different components in the cloud. And 90% of the clients we talk to tell us that their cloud teams are launching and building things in the cloud really fast. And most times it's challenging for them to get a baseline backup and be able to prove to both themselves and internal and external stakeholders that the data is protected. And through the SLA domain, it makes it very easy to always ensure that you have a baseline backup. From a recovery standpoint, it's near zero RTO, just several clicks to recover. You can recover things across region and account in the cloud. Everything is searchable, and we present you with that data back very quickly. In terms of security, a logical air gap provides protection from ransomware, keeping your backups data isolated and safe in the case of compromise. And from a usability standpoint, we purposely developed a no-brainer approach. We have a point and click multi-cloud dashboard experience that the operator can go into, derive reporting from, have visibility, plain and simple, in a way that some native tooling from cloud provider cannot do. And then from the cloud builders or DevOps folks, we have the ability to deploy this as a code with a dedicated Terraform provider like we talked about earlier. So you can auto provision Rubrik up and down as you're launching cloud templates across different resources in AWS and Azure. It's really flexible in how to manage, and that's our cloud native protection at a high level. Lastly, I do want to show that we cover and protect a broad range of workloads, the most popular being EC2 instances, Azure VMs, VMware Cloud, SQL, and M365, just to name a few. We actually announced back in August of last year that we teamed up with Microsoft to co-engineer some projects with them, which in fact included backing up and protecting M365, which includes, of course, Exchange, OneDrive, SharePoint, and Teams. It's all derived as a service, and the backups are hosted inside our own Azure tenant, providing customers with that logical air gap and the operational freedom that comes with Rubrik managing that setup end to end. I would actually love to show you this real quick when we jump into Polaris. And having said that, I'm going to go ahead and dive into Polaris GPS really quickly. Bear with me for a second, folks. So this is Polaris GPS. This is that SaaS-based platform that I've been talking about. Think of it as the manager of managers as it pertains to Rubrik. It's pulling in all the telemetry data that you're protecting with Rubrik, whether it be on-prem or cloud native for Azure, AWS, GCP, or SaaS-based for M365. So for OneDrive, Exchange, SharePoint, and Teams, to give you a single aggregated view of your entire environment that you're protecting with Rubrik. As it pertains to M365 or cloud native, it's very easy to set up. So we're going to go to our M365 offering here. You would click Add Subscription, put in your global admin permissions for OneDrive, SharePoint, Exchange, and Teams. At no point would we store those credentials. We use modern authentication, so OAuth 2.0, to create that secure sync with your M365 estate. And at that point, you can start creating these SLAs and protecting these particular objects. So I'm going to go ahead and go to Assign SLA Domain. For the sake of this demo, I'm just going to assign an SLA or show you the process of assigning an SLA just to Exchange. But know that you can assign a single SLA across all the objects in M365. You can also get very granular and assign it at the user level as well. So we're going to click Next. Out of the solution, you'll have a gold, a silver, and a bronze SLA, but you can certainly create your own, and I'll walk you through that workflow right now. We can click Create. And then on the left, we're going to be looking at RPOs. On the right, we're going to look at retention. So with M365, we can take snapshots every 4 hours. So say we want to hang on to that for 3 days, let's say a daily, hang on to that for 30 days, let's say a monthly for 12 months. Again, this is completely customizable based on your requirements. We're then going to click Next, review the SLA. If everything looked good, we click Create, and we would start protecting that environment or that Exchange object. From a recovery standpoint, it's super easy. The workflow is the same, whether it's on-prem, M365 or cloud native. You're going to be presented with this this calendar view here in a second when I go to the user that I want to recover. And then we see the SLA that's assigned to this particular user, which again can be at the object level or the user level. So if we go back to, let's say, the 12th and we want to recover, click Recover. We can either recover Aaron's entire mailbox to himself or to another user if Aaron has exited the organization, or we can crack open his mailbox and recover specific components. We also have the ability to provide you with a Google-like search functionality to search based on the actual title of the email or attachment to locate that specific email and then provide you with various recovery options as well, the same recovery options. Original user to another user. Later this year, you also have the ability to download locally to your browser. That workflow is very similar across the board, whether it's Exchange, OneDrive, SharePoint, or Teams. We do have we have that download locally option for OneDrive, SharePoint, and Teams. And again, that's on the roadmap for Exchange. As it pertains to cloud native, let's go to all, and we can see all the objects we're currently protecting within this Rubrik demo environment. So I'll just choose Azure specifically for the sake of this demo. Obviously, we protect VMs and applications, SQL databases, as well as managed SQL instances. And with these two offerings here, we provide point-in-time recovery, getting you down to the second, granularity when it comes to recover. Again, very easy to set up. You put in your global admin permissions for all of your cloud accounts, and we auto-discover your environment and provide you with a singular view of all your various accounts. Once we do that auto-discovery, you can start with managed protection. So we're going to select these particular VMs. Before we jump into creating that SLA, you click this ellipses here, and it gives you some options for configuring, right? So we can do file level recovery. So it does require some compute to be spun up when we take those. It's exocompute, so it's not always running. But whenever we take that first full backup, and then every subsequent incremental backup will spin up small exocompute within your environment. To allow that file level recovery, and then we'll spin it right back down. Super cost effective. Also, out of the solution is going to be in a crash consistent state from our backup perspective, but you can enable app consistency. Does require our agent, but because of this, we'll capture all the data within memory too for that specific VM. So when we click Manage Protection, again, you have that gold, silver, and bronze, and if you hover over them, it'll tell you exactly what the RPO and retention is. But then, we can obviously create an SLA from scratch. So I'm going to select the object I want to protect with this particular SLA. On the left, we're looking at our RPOs. On the right, retention again. So say I want to take a snapshot every 1 hour, hang on it for 2 days, a daily for 30 days, and then a monthly for 12 months. We're then going to click Next. We have the ability to enable archiving. So, at a certain point in time, which you dictate, we'll tier that off to, very cheap, deep storage for long-term retention. I do not have a storage account associated with Azure apparently in this particular demo, so I cannot do that at this time, but you do have that option. We now can enable replication. So we select the region we want to replicate to. And then we tell the system how long we want that data to sit at that secondary site before aging out. Click Next. If everything looked good, you click Create. Now this is a demo environment and I have limited access permissions that I'm granted here, so I cannot do it, but it's really that simple. And then lastly, before we conclude this, this demo here, I just want to show you our recovery options. So if I pick on this, I'll just select this VM here at the bottom. Again, you're going to see that same workflow. We have that calendar view. We see the SLA that's assigned to it. And when we go to recovery, let's see, I chose this one because we do have indexing available, so I can search. Based on the file name to locate specific files. And when I go to recover, I can recover specific files, traverse the folder hierarchy. I've provided, Rubric provides that Google-like search functionality. We can restore the existing VM from this snapshot, or we can export to another region or account. It's really that simple. Unfortunately, I'm coming up on time here, but if you'd like to see a deep dive on Rubric and all its capabilities, please reach out to your Rubric sales team or your vendor of choice with how you procure technology, and they'll get that call set up for you. Thank you very much for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Robert. That was such an interesting presentation and demo. I can see we have lots of great questions coming in already. I wish we had more time to dive into them, but as Robert mentioned, we're a bit short on time. That demo was just too good to cut short. So what we're going to do is make sure that all of the questions get to Robert and to Rubric, and so you will get some answers from them. So please do keep those questions coming in because we want to make sure that you get those answers. Also, please notice that I have put up a poll question for you here. What additional information would you like about the Rubric solution? So there's some good choices there. Please do take a moment and fill that out. That's really helpful feedback for us. I do also want to remind you to click into the Handouts tab in your audience console and spend a little time getting to know Rubric. They have some great information, some demos available. We all know the best way to get to know a platform. A couple of you have asked that today, how do I make this decision? The number one suggestion that I will continue to remind you of is to book test drives, to book demos, to book time with these teams and really get your hands on them, really interact with them, because it's one thing to read the blurbs, and that's a great place to start. The data sheets and the white pages and then all the other things are a great place to start. But the most important thing is to really spend time interacting and make sure that this is a tool that is going to work for you. So while you are thinking about all of that awesome stuff, we are going to move along to a prize giveaway. And guys, guess what? It is already time for another grand prize giveaway. So right now, I have a $500 Amazon gift card plus one of our grand prizes, an awesome Apple M1 24-inch iMac. And yes, as a reminder, you do get to choose your color. How cool is that? So I will remind you one more time that you do need to be present in the live webinar to win. Our next winner of a $500 Amazon gift card today is Bradley Scheffenbuhl. Bradley Scheffenbuhl, it's a great last name, of Illinois. You have won a $500 Amazon gift card today. And our next prize winner, grand prize winner of an Apple M1 24-inch iMac is Mike Romaine. Mike Romaine of Mississippi. So congratulations to Bradley and to Mike. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after the webinar. Now, don't forget, there's still lots more chances to win, plus that prize for best question asked at the end of each session. So again, I'm going to remind you, even if we don't read your question out during a live session, there is still an opportunity to win that best question. So make sure you keep those questions coming in. Okay, well, next up, guys, we're going to keep moving along in our MegaCast here. I am absolutely thrilled to introduce you all to Mark Terriol. Mark, thank you so much for joining us today. Mark is the Senior Product Marketing Manager at Nutanix. I know you've got a lot of great info to cover, so I'm going to hand the mic right on over to you, Mark.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that introduction. Welcome, everyone, to this presentation where you'll learn about the challenges organizations face as they consider cloud adoption projects and the methodologies that they can employ to realize those goals in the easiest and most cost-effective way. Now, in the February 2022 IDC InfoBrief titled Surviving and Thriving in a Multi-Cloud World, a sponsored article by Nutanix, IDC's Cloud Pulse Q1 2021 survey data highlights how organizations are trending towards multi-cloud adoption. Interestingly, more than 86% of the 2,200 customers surveyed are already using multiple clouds. We can see from the data that the majority of organizations are operating a combination of either an on-premises private cloud or hosted private cloud. Furthermore, IDC references a journey from single cloud through low to high multi-cloud interoperability, and then to a hybrid cloud where customers operate a multi-cloud environment from which a single application can run. Any cloud location with minimal effort in application migration or deployment. The shift in IT infrastructure model really aligns with data that we've seen from the 2022 Enterprise Cloud Index survey. Here, of the 1,700 IT decision makers surveyed, 83% state that a hybrid multi-cloud infrastructure is their ideal environment. And 64% of respondents expect to be operating a multi-cloud within 1 to 3 years. Now, interestingly, 91% of those respondents state they have moved one or more applications to a new IT environment over the last 12 months. This clearly underscores IDC's statement from the prior slide, which is the importance of being able to run applications anywhere in a hybrid multi-cloud environment. If we take these three statistics together, organizations are telling us that they want a hybrid multi-cloud. They expect to be operating one soon, and they are highly likely to consider using, to some degree at least, application migration to help in this process. There are different target cloud environments that organizations consider, including infrastructure as a service or hosted private clouds, software as a service, or even platform as a service. And the decision on which type of cloud to adopt will be heavily influenced by the underlying factors driving this cloud adoption and the particular journey that cloud organizations ultimately decide to take. For example, we hear quite frequently from organizations that want to divest from owned and self-managed data centers. They're expensive to set up, own, and manage, and have less flexibility than a hosted or private cloud. This is not to say they intend on divesting entirely from on-premises data centers, but finding the right balance between on-premises private and off-premises public or hosted service provider clouds can provide numerous benefits. Whether you're wanting to divest from on-premises data centers, integrate applications with cloud-native services, or improve your IT TCO, each will influence the adoption methodology. We've also found that some like native cloud services integration can lead to a thinking that it's necessary to refactor or even re-architect applications in order to get that integration with public cloud. It's certainly a viable route. However, again, it depends on a number of different variables. Clearly, identifying all key underlying drivers will help to determine your simplest, fastest, and most cost-effective route to cloud. Again, from the 2022 IDC InfoBrief, we can see the top customer perceived benefits and operational challenges expressed by customers of multi-cloud environments. Note how we're seeing enhanced innovation, increasing infrastructure adaptability, and improving cloud control as key benefits to a multi-cloud environment. The operational challenges of multi-cloud environments have been quite consistent for several years, with establishing a consistent methodology for security, access control, and compliance rating at the top. This has certainly been a key consideration for CIOs for a number of years. Beware of anyone that tells you cloud cost is not of a concern for organizations. Rated here at number 5, we hear from organizations frequently that they want to understand their cloud costs and get a handle on how best to manage them. Tied to this is being able to deploy workloads in the best cloud option. This might be based on cost or cloud features or maybe location. This is important on the location of the cloud DR sites, relative to primary data centers, for example. How you can save on the costs and get the most effective solution for cloud DR. That location is really important. Now, I didn't highlight number 7 with a red box, but really ensuring application performance and availability is also more difficult in cloud. Think back to when it used to be one application on one server and then several applications in virtual machines on one physical server. As the power of hardware platforms has continued to increase, this challenge has got more difficult. The issue for public clouds is that you don't have control of everything else that's running on that same physical server, alongside potentially your business critical application. Or you don't have that control of what's running in the same rack, or that's using the same top of rack switch for communications. Having a way to ensure performance and availability is crucial for organizations still maintaining enterprise applications. This leads me to the considerations organizations make for their journey to cloud, often called the R's of cloud transformation or cloud migration. For this example, I'm focusing primarily on on-premises and cloud methodologies. However, all cloud types and locations should be considered as a part of a more formal exercise. These days, there are typically a mixture of enterprise and legacy applications based in virtual machines or even physical machines. Yes, there are still many physical server deployments out there. Increasingly, however, we're also seeing applications built based on containerization. Now, for cloud-native applications already running on premises, the migration to public cloud can be very simple. However, it does depend on how the application was written, what other applications it has to integrate within its application tier. Is there data gravity to other on-premises services that prevents or complicates that move to public cloud? It may be necessary to refactor these applications or portions of them to get the overall application stack further integrated with certain cloud-native services, for example. Whether the application is VM-based or container-based, one consideration should always be whether the application is even required anymore or whether it could be retired. If the application is on premises, maybe it could be retained in place until it's no longer required at some point in the future. We see this a little bit with sometimes as well, organizations choosing to sweat the asset, the physical server, or maybe the software for another year or two before they make their decision. Application refactoring or re-architecting are routes used to containerize these applications. The challenge here, however, is that refactoring or re-architecting is a lengthy process. It can be considerably more expensive and has much higher risk of project failure due to its complexity. These projects entail understanding the application dependency mappings, using development processes to refactor the application, quality assurance and end-user acceptance testing before an application can go into production. For complex, multi-tiered applications, refactoring adds significantly more time, cost, and risk to projects than some of the other methodologies. To re-platform an application can be a good compromise. It provides some of the containerization benefits for portions of the application stack, but some portions may still remain largely unchanged. It might be, for example, changing the application database stack to a database as a service provided from the public cloud. There are still changes to the application required, but considerably less than refactoring or re-architecting, all of which can help reduce your project's risk. Then there is the option to rehost an application. Also known as lift and shift, this has little to no modification before it is moved onto a new platform. In this example, the public cloud. If we think back to the driving factors behind cloud adoption, selecting a migration methodology that simplifies, yet still achieves a business's cloud objectives, and one that can save money and time while also reducing risk, can be hugely beneficial for an organization. When CXOs are expecting fast results in adopting cloud, application rehosting can provide these quickly and consistently with minimal effort. The time taken to rehost an application can be as short as weeks or months, which when compared to years taken to refactor an application, is clear to see the savings potential on IT resources and cost. Nutanix has a customer who had a goal to divest from one of its US-based data centers. Their intention was to refactor all of their applications to be cloud native for use in a public cloud. That's still their goal. However, what they realized is that they couldn't meet their time commitment to get to cloud by refactoring those applications. Instead, what they chose to do is divest from their data center using rehosting. And once the applications are in the public cloud, then they can refactor those applications at their leisure, and they're not so constrained by time. It's important to reiterate that each methodology has its own benefits and challenges, and weighing these up based on your business needs and project drivers is the best way to ensure a successful project outcome. Now, the challenges associated with cloud adoption can typically be categorized into these three buckets, and I've already touched on them. The time they take to modernize an application, the cost of modernization, and the amount of risk that the project or business is willing to tolerate for that project. Risk management really can't be overstated, as it is often a crucial factor for executive teams and project stakeholders. Any methodology that reduces risk is more likely to be viewed favorably as a way to deliver on those cloud goals. When we think about the design of enterprise applications, they are written with an expectation that the infrastructure is resilient, whereas cloud-native applications are written in a manner that tolerates infrastructure failure. It's all about where resilience is managed within the stack. What this means, however, is that most methodologies don't allow for an application to be simply ported to public cloud with an expectation that it can run in exactly the same way as it did on premises. Considering this, and whether an application is even suitable for refactoring, what its dependencies are, any price, performance metrics, development times, or running costs can all be very difficult to calculate. I mentioned the time already several times. One of the big reasons we see organizations frequently choosing to rehost an application is with lift and shift migration, and it's due to the time to value, or what I like to call time to cloud. Simply put, the time it takes to get an application into its target environment matters. The quicker an organization can migrate to a new environment, the more quickly it can start benefiting from being in the cloud. The difference and impact in methodologies between lift and shift and application refactoring or re-architecting will differ business to business and application to application. However, customer engagements have shown application refactoring tends to take substantially more time, and as a consequence is more costly. It's also important to highlight that workload placement discussions are not a one-time affair. If you think back to my earlier IDC slide highlighting how 86% of surveyed customers are using more than one cloud environment, the subsequent IDC slide discussed the benefits and challenges of multi-cloud, highlighting how organizations see the benefit of reducing single vendor lock-in and increasing the adaptability of infrastructure. Here, Gartner expects that 85% of all workload placements made up until 2022 will no longer be optimal by 2027 due to changing requirements. What this tells us is that organizations need an agile environment that allows for applications to be moved between disparate infrastructures. You don't want your applications locked into any one provider. You should reassess application decisions on placement as business and IT priorities evolve, so you can easily move them between on-premises, edge, colo, and public cloud environments as these priorities shift. Now, to summarize, what we see and hear from organizations is the need for a flexible way to migrate workloads between on and off-premises environments. From three-tier and public clouds, native environments, to a private cloud, hosted private cloud, or public cloud-based environment. Being able to run your applications in all potential locations in the future is crucial to avoid lock-in and to provide the business agility to adapt to evolving market changes. Now, you should be able to place workloads where they are needed without business, IT, or political limitations preventing you from doing so. Now, you've probably noticed that up until this point, I have barely mentioned Nutanix, and certainly haven't mentioned any Nutanix products or solutions, and I didn't intend on doing so in this session. I wanted to provide you with an agnostic perspective on cloud adoption and what we see and hear from analysts and customers alike. Know that Nutanix does provide solutions in this space that can help organizations simplify their journey in the fastest and most cost-effective manner. This has just been a very brief look into how organizations are tackling application challenges for cloud migrations. If you want to know more, then I encourage you to look at Nutanix Cloud Platform. We have the ability to host clouds on premises and in the public cloud. We have the tool sets that allow you to understand your cloud's TCO and the tool sets to help you simply and easily migrate them into that environment. There is a basic free test drive available at the URL you can see on the screen, which allows you to see firsthand how easy it is to build a multi-cloud platform and to realize your cloud migration goals. With that, I'd like to thank you for your time. And at this point, I'd open it up to any questions we have from the audience.
Well, thank you so much, Mark. That was such an interesting presentation. I'm so happy that you can stick around with us to answer some questions. I do want to, so now real quick, I'm going to move over to the poll. If you haven't clicked on that test drive button, definitely do that. It is also in the handouts tab as well. But click, 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 save that tab for later. Okay, I'm going to move us over to the poll. We want to know what additional information would you like about the Nutanix solution? So if you'd like to get some more information, that feedback is really important. Please do click, fill that out, and let Mark and I know what else you would like to know from Nutanix. Mark, again, thank you so much for being here. You ready to dive into some questions?
Sure. So interestingly,
Awesome.
the poll says nothing at this time. So I hope I've provided you with a lot of information that's been of use in your consideration. But do check out the Nutanix.com website or that URL that we provided on the last page. Do we have any questions?
Yeah. We're gonna jump in now. Right at the end there, Mark, right when you were saying, you kind of touched on the fact that Nutanix can help organizations move to the cloud. And we got a question in from somebody wanting to know a little bit more. Could you elaborate on how?
Yeah, so we have a solution we call Nutanix Cloud Platform. And within that, it provides the basis of infrastructure you can run on premises or in service provider environments or in the public cloud that allows you to create one single unified hybrid multi-cloud. And this platform allows you to then run your applications and move those applications freely between environments as you need to. It provides a single unified management control plane. We have all the tooling to get you there very easily. And you know, what's a lot of particular interest for organizations is that we offer license portability. So you could be running your infrastructure on premises and then say, and in 6 months, a year's time, decide you want to move a portion of that infrastructure to public cloud, and you can take those licenses, those Nutanix licenses with you. So it's not like you're having to repurchase for different locations.
Okay. I do want to mention that you did get a high five from Jorge, who wanted you to know that you gave him some great information. So thank you, Mark, and thanks for the high five. Okay. Yeah, are the adoption methods you mentioned suitable for all applications, Mark?
Great question to whoever asked that. No. So there are certain migration methodologies. Like I said, I only sort of touched on it today. It really does depend on what you're looking to get out of the cloud. So that sort of touches back on what I presented, you know, and what your goals are for cloud. But there are certain applications that aren't suited to a rehost, for example, and maybe should just be rebuilt. You know, if you think about some of our enterprise directory services, like Microsoft directory services, those you don't port, you rebuild. Databases, for example, you can migrate some databases with a lift and shift methodology. There are other ways of doing it as well that can bring other benefits. And so I tend to say that needs to be looked at more closely. And it might be that you rebuild a new database in your target location, but you actually move the data that's within that database natively within the database tool itself. And that can provide other benefits that I haven't been able to touch on during this session.
Actually, I think this one will feed in nicely with there. You've mentioned rehosting, refactoring, rebuilding. So this question here, if my goal is to use cloud native services, shouldn't I try simply refactoring first rather than rehosting?
Yeah, so if you think back to the grid that I presented where we had applications on-prem, you know, traditional enterprise legacy applications, and people will often refactor them on premises first to be, say, containerized before they move them to the cloud. The challenge of going straight to the cloud there is that there are a lot of variables and a lot of application dependencies. And data gravity is often one of the big headaches of how you handle that within a migration, cloud migration. So it's easier if you are refactoring, it can be easier to refactor on-prem first and then move everything to the cloud rather than moving portions of it of the refactored application to cloud when some of the underlying data that's necessary for that is still on-prem. So hopefully that is clear and answers the question. So it really does depend, but typically we see organizations, if they are going down the refactoring route, they refactor on-prem first is what we see.
Nice. Okay. Well, and you've got another high five from Dr. Robert Desmond out there, so you got a fan club building here, Mark.
Awesome.
I wish we could keep going with these questions. I'm just going to ask you one more, and then we'll kind of wrap here. Once I've reposted an application, is there really nothing else to do? We have a skeptic out there, Mark. Is it too good to be true?
Yeah. No, they're absolutely right. You know, one thing we need to bear in mind is that you know, once you've deployed an application, and if I think back, I'm going back too far in my dark and distant past here, when I once had a boss tell me, you know, don't touch it. If it ain't broke, don't touch it. And you know, these days that is so just not true. You need to maintain applications and nurture them. You need to understand what their current needs are. And when, you know, what I've seen a lot of, and we've got data from our existing customer base that shows this, that a lot of applications, when they're deployed, they're often deployed initially with more resources than they really require. And what this means is that if you migrate an application to cloud, you might be over-provisioning it. You might be giving it more than it needs, but that has a knock-on effect on cost. Of what you're going to be paying to host that application. So we always recommend that as an ongoing process, you know, whether it's a part of a migration project or not, you should always look at right-sizing applications to really understand, you know, what resources do they need to run optimally in the environment that they're in. And if you are migrating applications as a part of a say a lift and shift project, then when they're in their target environment, again, ideally they should be right-sized as a part of that process. Now, Nutanix, it depends on your methodology of migration, obviously, as to how you would right-size those. But from within Nutanix, our management suite does provide that ability to right-size virtual machines natively within the tool.
Awesome. Okay. Well, Mark, as I said, I wish we could keep going, but we are going to wrap it there. I do want to remind you, but I'll move back on over to this slide here. So if someone really wants to jump in and get started with Nutanix, this is their next step, Mark? This is how they get started?
Absolutely it is, yes. Nutanix.com/one-platform is the best place to get started. If you do have a Nutanix rep, feel free to reach out to them. You know, they can help you go through a cloud TCO evaluation if you want to do that, but certainly go to that URL as a sort of first step.
Amazing. Well, Mark, thank you again so much for being here with us today.
Thank you, and thank you to the audience for attending.
Yeah, and I want to double that thank you to everyone who asked questions today. Great questions coming in. I do want to remind you, if we didn't actually get to your question in the live session, Mark and the team, the Nutanix team, will follow up with you. So you will hear back from them. So please do keep those questions coming. And also a reminder to check out the handout section. You can find a link to book your own test drive if you haven't already clicked on the slide here. If you realize later you don't have that link, head on to the handout section. It'll be there for you. And while you are exploring there, it is time for another prize drawing. So let's head on over to our prize drawing slide. Very fancy there. We have a $500 Amazon gift card for you. A reminder that you must be in live attendance at the webinar today to win. So our next winner of a $500 Amazon gift card today is going to Brian Bazell. Brian Bazell of Missouri. Congratulations to Brian. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after the event here. And for now, let's keep moving on with our awesome presentations, because up next, I am so excited to introduce Tony Olivier, Senior Manager, Solution Strategy at OutSystems. Tony, thank you so much for being here with me today. The platform is all yours.
Hey, great. Thank you very much. Let me just go on my screen. So it's morning still here. I'm calling from beautiful downtown Vancouver, Canada, and it's not quite summer yet, but it's not winter either. Now I'm going to talk about modernizing for cloud native with low code. And before I begin, I want to just talk a little bit about OutSystems. So OutSystems is a 20-year-old startup. We are the leading high-performance, low-code application, or cloud application platform. For those of you that may not be familiar with low-code, it is essentially you drag and drop the components of the application, the screens, the buttons, the UI, and so on. We do a lot of that for you. We have a lot of AI automation pieces to it. It's tools for professional developers. It's not really for citizen developers or business analysts. We use modern CI/CD practices. We can also integrate into existing DevOps environments. The key part of it, though, is that we actually generate code. So we generate, essentially static code that can be scanned and security checked and so on. We manage that a lot for you, but essentially we generate the code after you drag and drop the application together. We actually build serious applications. We build, our native cloud that we host on is AWS. We can also, you can also host it natively in your own data center on other cloud environments. But we scale up from tens of users to millions of users. We've got a lot of customer evidence showing on both sides. The key part of this is that you can make changes very quickly. You can the technical debt that's you normally are faced with sort of modern and traditional code kind of goes away because of the way we manage things. We do all the management for you. We do all the metrics for you. We analyze what's going on with the applications. We do the front end and the back end. It's not just sort of a front end piece. We do both sides of it, and I'll talk to you more about that as we go forward. Now, I want to talk about modernization. So why are you modernizing? So if you're here, you're listening to me talking about modernization, you have some older mature systems that are sitting around. They're driving your business. They're maybe driving you crazy as well. In some cases, you're modernizing because the application may be end of life. The developers that created the application may be retired or close to retirement. You may want just lower costs, right? Whether it's hardware costs. You may also want better agility. For example, during the pandemic in 2020, the state of New Jersey basically sent out an all points bulletin looking for COBOL programmers because they needed to update because of the pandemic, and they needed to get some unemployment insurance changes. They had run out of they needed to make changes to the system, and they didn't have the people to be able to do it. So they actually had to be very more agile than you would normally find a government institution to be. You may also need to drive innovation, and you need to maybe beat the competition or at least stay close to the competition. Now, with traditional code, whether it's a mainframe, it's a Lotus Notes, it's a Java app, old .NET app, it's typically not that fast to make changes, right? Your changes are months, if not years. If you're doing an upgrade for an SAP upgrade from R3 to S4 HANA, that could be a couple of years in planning. So, there's a lot of reasons, but the key part of modernization is now the business says, no, I need it now. They can't wait till like next February to be able to do this. So when you talk about cloud native, and I'm a big cloud native fan, right? So, OutSystems is a kind of born on the cloud kind of company. There's a lot of nice things about cloud native that you get, right? You don't have to worry about the operating systems. You don't have to manage all the VMs like you had when you're doing, with your own private data centers. There's a lot of nice things when you reach the cloud native. This is, when you reach your holiday destination and all. Now this is going to be great. Now, what happened though is this is a report that we did. We surveyed about 500 both IT decision makers, both that are using cloud and cloud native, and those that are not using cloud native. And some of the key things that we found was, so part of Gartner and IDC said, look, by 2025, almost all your apps are going to be cloud native. And when we surveyed the respondents, they said, 72% said, oh yeah, most of their apps are going to be cloud native in a year. The problem though is only less than 50% actually knew much about cloud native. So there's some challenges there, right? There's a lot of value that a cloud native services provides, but I'm going to paraphrase from Apollo 13, Gene Kranz, who was the mission control operator. I'm making this up. Failure might be an option. He said failure is not an option, but it might be an option with cloud native. The issue is that to get to that, your destination, your holiday destination with cloud native, there's a bunch of sharks in the way. Okay, there's a number of things to get to cloud native that you've got to worry about, and probably the biggest thing is that it flips your development model. Now, with a low-code development environment like OutSystems, we can insulate a lot of the complexity away from the developer. But in reality, this is from the Cloud Native Foundation. These are the kinds of services that are available in the cloud, in an AWS cloud or Azure cloud or whatever. And each one of these services requires, in a lot of cases, different domain knowledge. If you remember the time when you're building a on-prem client-server application, you had Java, you had a database, you had some JavaScript. You were one developer could kind of do a lot of things. That's no longer. The complexity is so high right now that if you're building a cloud-native application, you're probably experiencing this, right? That you want to do, you want to take your applications, you want to move them to the cloud, and there's a lot of complexity. So if we look at the obstacles to cloud-native modernization, complexity is one of the biggest ones, right? The next one would be it's expensive. If I'm taking my existing application, I've got to manage it. I've got to plan for it. There's some expense there. There's a skill shortage that ties to the complexity, right? Again, my developers, the skills that I have in my shop may not map to the skills that are needed to move to cloud native. And it could be potentially high risk, right? You typically don't want to move your main transaction system to the cloud sort of in one shot. You want to kind of scale up slowly. But again, there's a lot of obstacles going to cloud native. So a little bit more about OutSystems. Again, our application platform, this will be the last kind of architecture slide about what we do. So again, we have an accelerated development model that is AI powered to actually allow you to drag and drop, but it's a full stack development environment. We manage the automation, we manage the lifecycle, we manage the security, and we sit on top of a cloud native runtime that allows you to abstract your applications. You can take advantage of these services, but again, you don't need all the domain knowledge to take care of that. We manage that for you. Okay, so let's go into modernizing with OutSystems, right? So the idea is that we're going to give you 3 different ways of doing it, and I'm just going to jump into this. So the first way really is and I'm going to take renovating a house. The first way is I may not want to move completely. I want to take advantage and drive some more value from what I've got. And I'm just going to extend. I'm going to add new UIs. I'm going to add new touch points. I may leave my current app where it is at the moment, but I may be partially cloud native going through an extend motion. The second one is going to refactor. This is about a microservices-based architecture. Gartner calls it a composable architecture. This is essentially kind of creating a new floor plan within my existing walls, and I'll talk about more about that. And then finally, this is the rebuild. I have to move. My tech debt is too high. It's going to cost me more to fix the tech debt versus restart it. So I'm going to rebuild completely. So I'm going to go through this individually. So if I look at extend initially, extend is about really delivering with the systems you've got. So this is interesting because I'm building not only just new UIs. I'm not just putting some assume new wallpaper on the walls. I actually can build new integrations. I can build logic, new user journeys. This shows up. We've seen customers build things like mobile field service or even customer 360 kinds of applications or logistics dashboards. And what they've done is they're not disrupting the back end systems. They're not causing the ERP system to be upgraded, the CRM system to be upgraded, or so on. They've just added through an API layer a new front end and some new business logic. But again, it's a nice easy way to do this. This is a good way to kind of try a low code environment, because I can deliver these things very quickly. And to give you an example of that, ISB Global, they're a waste management, a software company for waste management companies. And they were using SAP, and they found that the SAP at that time was too complex for the average user. There were some legacy infrastructure issues and so on, a lack of mobile access. So in just a couple of months, they delivered a field service application to their employees. We also, I forgot to mention, as part of the generation of an OutSystems app, you can also generate an iOS or an Android app sort of out of the box. You don't need specialized mobile skills to be able to do that as well. So again, this is a real good example. In a couple of months, they built, they extended the SAP application. They built mobile into it, made it offlineable. They did some things very, very quickly. Another example I'll give you. This is something that we built for our own sales department. So, like most organizations, a lot of organizations, we use Salesforce for our CRM. Now, Salesforce has a lot of capability, but we found that the reps are moving pretty fast. And so what we did was we built an OutSystems app that extended Salesforce, and we added some more capability into it. So things like opportunity creation or opportunity management and account creation. So for example, when you create an account, we do a lookup in Dun & Bradstreet automatically within the app. So we make sure that the data is really clean right from the get-go. So again, this is just a real simple app. Salesforce has no idea that we built an app on top of it. We didn't have to make changes to the Salesforce app, but again, we built this really nice looking app that speeds the productivity of the sales rep. The next thing I want to talk about is the idea of refactor. Now, refactor is the way I'm using it is a little bit different than a normal sort of development term, refactoring. I'm going to talk about creating a new floor plan, which is really kind of creating new apps from old systems. So what I really mean by that is that I've got these new applications. I can build new value with the systems and data that I got. But how I'm doing it is because we are both a front end and a back end. We've got a number of customers that are using OutSystems to build a microservices layer, so it's basically an API layer that connects to the back-end systems, whether it's an ERP, core systems, or database. So for example, a company called Green Cargo connected mainframe logistics systems and SAP together to build they're a rail yard logistics company. They built a mobile claim submission on a standard mobile phone. So this is for insurance claims if a rail car is damaged. They used to have basically pen and paper, and there was a lot of effort that they had to do that. They were able to do this very quickly. Santander Bank in Spain and Portugal, they built a mobile loan origination application as well, again, using a microservices layer. So this is kind of a nice way to look at it. One fairly new example, this is Guarantee Bank. They're a mid-size European bank. And they were stuck, and I talked about this before, sort of why you want to modernize. They were in a monolithic system, right? Like a lot of banks, they had a lot of mainframe, a lot of data. It's really hard to make changes. And banking is now very, much more competitive than it was, say, 20 years ago. So what they did, they built a treasury order management system and a client lifecycle management app and so on. The interesting thing, though, is what they did, and the next screen shows this, is they removed and sort of monolithicized the core banking system. They moved the core banking system to be system of record only, and they used OutSystems to build the systems of engagement, right? So that they, any application that needs the data, they can reach in and grab the data from the core system, but any applications that they need now, whether it's client-facing, internally facing, operations, and so on, is actually built in OutSystems. So it's a really nice way to show you the idea of refactoring the applications. Okay, the last one I'm going to talk about is rebuilding. This is, and if you've ever gone through a house renovation, at some point during the house renovation, depending on how large it is, you go, yeah, can we start over? And this is what's happened with with a lot of organizations for a variety of reasons, right? So I'll kind of walk through this. There's a Vopak. This is one of our case studies on our website. They replaced an aging JD Edwards system with a custom-built, delivered by OutSystems ERP application. They actually looked at doing an upgrade to another COTS system, and they looked at the time, the cost, and they delivered their application in about a year. And if you think of customizing and deploying a COTS system, you're not really saving a lot by doing it through that. Lotus Notes is a system that's been around for quite a while. Schneider Electric rebuilt several of their Lotus Notes applications, got rid of Lotus Notes and moved to OutSystems to deliver those things faster with more up-to-date interface and back-end systems. Mazda did a legacy modernization upgrade. COBOL and .NET and some Java applications were part of that. And then NIMBY was interesting. They were a Java shop that they'd actually sort of hit the limit to what they were doing with Java. There was going to be some huge cost if they were continuing with that, and they found about an 8 times productivity increase by moving to OutSystems. Now, the last one I'm going to talk to you about, and this is really talking about a stem cell. So this is a Vancouver-based company. It's in the biotech space, and like a lot of organizations, your applications have grown up and maybe not mapped exactly the way you had in mind. Sort of, hindsight is great, and you look at it and you go, well, why were these things created the way they were? So they had a lot of Java, they had Microsoft Access, they had a lot of Visual Basic, lots of Excel going on here. And a lot of organizations still run on spreadsheets, and that's fine for a small department. But as soon as it goes sort of company wide, you start to run into problems. So they looked at a way to replace and rebuild a lot of the business processes that were using things that Java and Access and so on. And they built an architecture with OutSystems. And the interesting thing is they built the one tenet of OutSystems is that the components and the templates are reusable. So if I build, for example, a really nice authentication module that connects into the systems that I want, I can reuse that same module very easily in other apps. So actually, the more apps you build, the faster it is within OutSystems to build the next app because I've got more things that I can reuse. So Stem Cell is really interesting. They can respond to business needs really quickly. The one thing too about OutSystems that we found is that it actually changes, and this is coming from a number of customers, actually changes the way business and IT work together. So typically, traditional coding, business here's a list of my requirements. It gives it to IT. IT looks at it and says, yeah, we can get that to you by February. And you go, well, no, I need it by July, right? So, and there's always the argument going back and forth and the management of resources and so on. What our customers found with OutSystems is that the developers are so quick to deliver the capability, the development team is now waiting for the business for new business requirements. So again, it shifts the kind of the dynamic within this. And so, for example, and this was about a year ago when they were Stem Cell, they were asked, they needed an app to monitor the employees during COVID. A single developer built an app overnight that they could use to start managing the kind of COVID response within the company. Anyway, I just wanted to give you, I'm kind of out of time here. I want to go into the sort of the question and answer, but I want to give you a very quick view of modernizing for cloud native. All the companies I talked about are really built on top of our OS cloud, which again sits on top of AWS to begin with.
Well, thank you so much, Tony. That was just a fascinating presentation. I'm as somebody who is severely shark phobic, I very much enjoyed your imagery around our dream home being surrounded by sharks.
Yes.
They're very evocative. And before everyone floods the questions box with reasons why I should love sharks, It's phobic. It's irrational. I acknowledge that. They're great. They're great creatures. I'm also completely landlocked, so it's totally irrational. But all right, Tony. Well, before we waste any more time, I want to jump right in to some questions here. I also want to point out that I have put up the poll question here. What additional information would you like to find out about the OutSystem solution? So please do take a moment to fill that out. Tony, you ready to jump into some questions here?
Sure.
Awesome. Okay, well, we did get a couple of questions actually, kind of in line with training and how long it's going to take for a developer to get up to speed. Paul is wondering if there is upskilling required for teams that might have limited access to qualified developers.
Yeah, the nice thing about OutSystem, so first of all the training is online. It's all free. We also do jump starts to customers. We do virtual jump starts. We'll also do in-person jump starts. The jump start, if you're doing virtual jump start, it's a couple of weeks, and that's a couple hours a day to be able to do this. If you're doing something in person, it's 3 or 4 days. A traditional developer, junior developer will pick this up very quickly. It maps to all sort of all the objects and nomenclature. So they're going to be able to get into it very quickly. They're going to be able to, start really quickly. The other thing too, what it does is that it also takes a junior developer and can make them into a mobile developer without knowing that they're going to a mobile developer. So, I don't have to learn the iOS development environment or the Android development environment. Again, we generate the app for you. You just, work on the kinds of business logic that you want to put into it.
I like that a lot. Your junior developer instantly becomes a mobile developer.
Yeah.
We got a couple of questions about the size of enterprise, and actually on both sides of it. So we had one question coming in about how large you could actually go with OutSystems, but then Kenneth is also wondering, he says, you used a lot of examples of larger companies. How small can you go? Does this work for a small organization as well?
It does work for a small organization. There's a tiered pricing. We have a pricing based on 1 app, 3 apps, 5 apps. And the pricing is a bit based on the sort of we're calling application objects. It's based on the sort of the number of tables and screens and so on. We can sort of talk to more about that. It's probably, if you want 1 app, if you want to play with 1 app, we actually have a free personal environment that you can download for free, and you can have 1 app for free for kind of forever. If you want to start running that, locally, if you've got 3 users, and that's all you need, probably we're not the right scale. But if you've got 100 users, that we're going to start to the economics is going to start to work out. So we've got a lot of certainly smaller companies, under 500 users, 500 employees. You also may have customers, and we also do really well business to consumer. So again, you may have few employees, but you've got a lot of customers that you need to connect to, and we do that very well as well.
Okay. And on the large end, is there a limit to the scale, the growth? Sky's the limit?
No, it's kind of the sky's the limit. There's a, and I'm going to get the Nordics company or the Nordics country wrong, but there's a insurance company in the Nordics, one of the Nordic companies that is actually build OutSystems apps to connect to smart cars to provide your insurance rates based on how you're driving. And there's millions of users being able to do that. So we've got it's a whole mixture of again sort of small internal field service kinds of apps to very large either retail or banking style app as well.
Love that. All right. Well, as I said, Tony, I wish we could just keep going with this, but we are going to have to wrap it up there. Before everyone takes off, just remind us one more time, if somebody's ready to jump in, they really want to get started with OutSystems, what's their best place to start?
The best place to start is go to our website. We have a lot of customers that want to try the personal environment just to sort of kick the tires. You can download that for free. You can also, if you're looking for, okay, I need to go a level deeper, I need to talk to somebody to walk me through, how this fits into my environment. There's a connect with us button on the website, and we've got a team of people that are happy to connect and walk you through whatever you need to see. We can do demos, depending on where you are, we can come out and see you. There's a variety of methods to go forward.
Love that. Okay, well, again, Tony, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate your time, and thanks for answering some questions.
Great, it was a pleasure.
And I do want to remind everyone in the audience that if your question did not get read out today in the live session, Tony and the OutSystems team will be following up with you, so you will get some answers back. So please do keep those questions coming in. Thank you to everyone who filled out the poll. And if you're looking for a great way to get some more information from OutSystems, do click into that Handouts tab. You can download Cloud Native Development, Ready or Not, What IT Executives and Developers Say. It's an awesome resource, a great read, so go download and check that out. Okay, well, let's move on, because next up we have a prize giveaway. So we are going to give away two things right now, a $500 Amazon gift card and one of our grand prizes, the Apple M1 24-inch iMac. A reminder that you must be present at the live webinar to win. Our next winner of the $500 Amazon gift card is Reed Duba of Michigan. Reed Duba of Michigan. And our next grand prize winner of an Apple M1 24-inch iMac is Dominguez Angel. Dominguez Angel of Texas. Potentially that's Angel Dominguez. That might have gotten switched. So congratulations to Reed and to Dominguez Angel. You have each one. Reed, you've got a $500 Amazon gift card. And Dominguez Angel, or Angel Dominguez, you have an Apple M1 24-inch iMac. Man, that's a tongue twister to say quickly. As always, we will be in touch with you both after the webinar. Don't forget that there's still lots more chances to win, guys, plus that best question prize at the end of each session. But for now, we're actually going to add in something fun here. So for those of you who attend a lot of our MegaCasts, you have not seen this yet. So please pay attention to your screen right now. If somebody asked you to describe your role in your organization at a high level, how would you describe yourself? So would you say tech, as in I work in tech? Would you say IT or IT department, as in, yeah, I'm in IT? Or more exciting, I'm in IT, or other. And if it's an other, we would love to hear from you. So please do put that in our questions box. Let us know. If you don't self-identify as tech or IT, then what do you identify as? Where do you see yourself fitting in there? So, if you think about somebody in accounts payable or HR, or maybe if you're, just explaining your job like in a party, or I run into this a lot, if I'm trying to explaining webinar moderator to certain folks in your life, it's a tough go. So how do you explain your job? This is kind of a fun one, so please do take a moment and let us know. Leaving it up there for another second. And then we are going to move along. Okay, so thank you to everyone who filled that out. We're going to kind of keep asking that. We're really curious about where you guys identify. Okay, now moving along with our sessions here in the MegaCast, I am so excited to introduce Karina Varela, Principal Technical Marketing Manager at Red Hat. Karina, thank you for being here at the MegaCast with us today. I know you've got a lot of great info to cover, so I'm going to step back. The mic is all yours.
Hello, how's it going? I hope you're enjoying the event so far. I am Karina Varela, and now we are going to talk about how we can leverage cloud solutions along with enterprise integration patterns to modernize our technology stack. Before I get started, let me quickly introduce myself. So I currently work as a technical marketing manager at Red Hat as part of the Application Services Business Unit, and I love working with Java. So I've been working with such technologies for more than 10 years now, mostly in the enterprise world in a global scale. Also, I do a lot of talks, write a lot of content. You can find a lot of information out there about the stuff I play with on my daily basis. And I am a coordinator and a manager of the communities for open source projects. So the communities are key community that is around business automation solutions, and the So Java, which is the biggest Java community of the globe. So when talking about application modernization, first we need to understand what people see as modernization. What do they think about when we say the word modernization? So basically, we ran a survey using an independent research firm. So basically, we gather some data by running a survey done by an independent research firm, but we ran this survey within one of our communities that is around application modernization, and we did it this year, 2022. We can see that even though we have a broad spectrum of definitions for modernization, containerizing and automation are ranked high, so they are top 2 definitions. Also, people see that the 3 main reasons for them to modernize their technology stack is to increase scalability of their services, reliability, and decrease costs. Everyone is always seeking to decrease costs, right? So the three most common ways we can adopt, the approaches we can adopt to modernize our technology, our applications, are listed here right now. So we can see that we can lift and shift, which basically means that we are not going to do a lot of changes on the application layer. It's mostly on the deployment platform, okay? So we can change the way or the place we deploy our applications so they can run faster or be deployed faster. Another way is to replace, which is the last one in this slide that you see now. When we are rewriting or replacing, we will break down the monolith in the sense of getting the features, feature by feature, rewritten and deployed as a new service, and we start to replace the old service with the new services until it gets to the point where we have no old legacy services running anymore. Everything was replaced. But this is really time consuming and also expensive because you need both running at the same time. Then we go to the one in the middle, which is refactor and extend. When we are talking about refactoring and extending approach, we are actually grabbing the sources of pain to refactor. When we don't need to refactor, we can build new capabilities through new services or microservices that will then integrate with this legacy and add new layers, new functionality to the existing tech stack. So how can we modernize? By extending and augmenting, but with low to zero impact on our legacy stack. A way we can do that is by adopting the change data capture integration pattern. I have a typo on my slide, so please forgive me for that. So the change data capture integration pattern actually allows us to create a whole event-driven architecture where every changes on a database can be streamed as events, and new services or the services in this architecture can react to these events and do the operations that it needs to do in order to run new capabilities. Also, when we are running in a distributed architecture, we can choose where we want to deploy the new services, or even how we are going to consume some services. Do we really need to learn everything about Kafka in order to use an event-driven architecture, or can we delegate it by using a managed service? Well, let's take a look at that with a story. So let's see the story and challenges of the Green World store. This is a plant store that is in the business for 15 years already. And even though they started to adopt some digital technologies, they are being beaten by their high-tech competitors. And a way to start working on that and improving is to actually modernize their stack in order to deliver new functionalities like a new cashback system for the customers, so that when they buy a new product in their store, they can get some cashback that will be equivalent to the customer status. So if it's a diamond or a silver customer, they will get a respective amount back of their purchase value. Also, they do not have good ways for customers to see what they offer, to search for their products. So they are looking for new search capabilities, enhancements on search capabilities. So in order to do that, we should also consider the goals and requirements of the Green World store. Basically, they have a big problem. They have no code available for the legacy system. It is running in production, and if they stop this system, they will stop earning money. So they cannot stop their sales, okay? They cannot stop their sales. In order to do that, we can tackle the cashback functionality and the search functionality by using modern cloud technologies and modern architecture patterns. So what do they have as of today? Currently, they have a single application, the retail application, that stores and manages all the data in a single database, a Postgres database that is the Retail DB, as we will see in a demonstration in a couple of minutes. So everything is stored in the same place, and that brings yet another challenge. We need to add new services, although we cannot change the existing application. Okay, that's one. We heard about it. Now, the new applications or service needs also to leverage the existing data in order to do their work, in order to do their operations. Then, the next thing we need to do is to adopt, for example, a search index. The search index, like Elastic, will allow us to offer the search capabilities they are looking for by using, for example, a full text search. And finally, everything needs to be in sync. So if a new product is added to the legacy system, we should be able to see it reflected in the search that is offered by the new services. If a new purchase is done in the legacy system, we should be able to see it in the new cashback service. So we have some challenges because we cannot have our new cashback service directly managing data in the retail database. That's an anti-pattern for data access and management in distributed architectures. Another thing that one might think is, well, so I will change the retail database, and even if you could change the retail service to persist the data in multiple storages, in multiple data stores, you would be yet committing another mistake, because that's called the dual write anti-pattern. And when you have a service that is inserting data in multiple data stores, you can potentially come to data inconsistency. So the architect might think, well, so then the solution to this can be to adopt a composable architecture where the event-driven services will be responsible for the new capabilities and with zero impact to the legacy stack. So this is what was proposed. We can have, for example, the retail and legacy databases there, the retail system and legacy databases there untouched, and add these two new boxes, the cashback application and search application, which are represented here as contexts. So each one of these has a lot of components within it, but notice it has its own database, its own data store, okay? So where is change data capture in this story? This is how things will happen once I show you the demo. We will have the legacy application up and running and connected to a Postgres database. And we have a new technology added here, Devising. Devising is the tool that will allow us to use the change data capture pattern to track all the changes in the legacy database and have them streamed as events to a Kafka streaming service. Then we can add the new services to execute the logic as needed. So Devising will be able to help us not only streaming the data, but actually ensuring that all the changes are captured, okay, with very low delay, and it will not require changes to the legacy code. It will connect directly to the database. We can also capture all sorts of operations like include, update, and delete. At the end of the day, this is a simplified architecture representation of both capabilities. So we will first start with the search capability, okay? So once the events are streamed to Kafka, we have a microservice that runs with Quarkus and Camel that will consume these events, update the search index, that can then be consumed by an external UI, a mobile application, for example. In this demonstration, both UIs that you will see are just samples to allow us to easily visualize the data, okay? In this demonstration, we are going to use the search UI, which is a sample application that is able to get data from Elastic. This data in Elastic is being fed by the event-driven architecture, remember, that we just spoke about. So this is an example of it. If we search for yellow, we should be able to see all the yellow plants in this store. If we search for, let's say, a flower, we should be able to see all the flowers, okay? So if change data capture is working properly and Devising is tracking the changes in the database, we should be able to see a new product in here if a new product is inserted by the legacy application. In order to simulate this behavior, we are going to check what is going to happen if we look at if we add a new product. We are going to access the Postgres database directly to simulate a new product being inserted. So let me connect to Postgres. This is running on my OpenShift cluster. I'm going to connect to my retail database. And now on the retail database, we can see the products database, the products table, okay? So in order to add a new product here, I am going to just copy and paste so we can be faster. We will add a golden leaf cactus that is produced here in this Distrito Federal, Brazil. Okay, so I have added this to the database. It has the ID 9999, okay? So what does this mean? What should happen now, Karina, you ask? So if we go back to our application, we should, instead of searching, let me first show you. So we have CalfDrop, which is a UI that I use to visualize the topics in an easier way. Visualize the messages, the events that are being streamed in an easier way. And the product topic is the one where we can see all the changes happening in the product database. Devising is tracking those and pushing them as events to this topic, okay? So here's what we got. If I just put the offset here a little bit higher so we can see the latest event, we should be able to see that an event for the ID 999, here we go, was streamed, and we can see all the changes. So Devising will tell us how the entity was before and after the update. And notice, this is a create operation, so we can also identify that this was a new product inserted to the database. This is how the microservice that is listening to this topic is able to get the data and save the relevant data in Elasticsearch. So then if we go back to the search UI and look for the golden leaf cactus from Distrito Federal, here we go. We have the golden leaf cactus already there. So we have an event-driven synchronization of this data, and we avoid all those anti-patterns, okay? Nice. So let's get back to the presentation. Now, what just happened there? Just a reminder, so we have Devising pushing changes to a Kafka event streaming broker, and then we have this event-driven microservice that is consuming these events and processing it and persisting on Elasticsearch. Then You might ask, okay, but what is this event-driven microservice that you have in there? Basically, in this implementation, I've got a Quarkus with Camel microservice. So I have a Java microservice that leverages super fast and super lightweight runtimes like Quarkus. And I can use the best Java technology for integration. That is Camel. When I put those two together, I get an incredibly productive environment for developers and also a cloud native application as the result of that. Then on the Kafka layer, I am using OpenShift streams for Apache Kafka, which is a managed service. So I don't really had to worry about installing, clustering, and doing all the fine tuning for a Kafka. We can delegate this stuff if you need to. So this can actually be tried for free. I will share the link at the end of the presentation. So this service, let me quickly show you here. So this is my service running here. Just a second. All right, so this is my service, and I can see my instances of Kafka in my managed environment. So other than this, we have some other options too of managed services. And this is my Kafka instance, my Kafka broker. All my topics are running here. So I have a private cloud running OpenShift, and I have this managed service, this managed application service that is Red Hat OpenShift streams for Apache Kafka. Nice. So back to the presentation. We should be able now to understand how this processing happens. There is another technology that is called Kafka Streams that allows us to do processing and data enrichment of the events that we get. Okay, good. So let's take a look at the cashback application that allows us to see the cashback wallet of all the customers. So every purchase gives a customer an amount of cashback that can be used later to get discounts in the same store. So we should be able to generate some purchases, okay? We should be able to generate some purchases using the simulator here, which is like we are having a lot of customers in our store and we have just received 10 new purchases there. We've done 10 new sales. So what is happening there? Devising is tracking these changes. These sales were registered in the retail database, and the services, the event-driven services that are in the ecosystem are listening to the topics where Devising is pushing all the changes to. So if we use CalfDrop to visualize the changes to this topic, for example, the retail aggregated, we should now see a lot of new sales incoming here as events. And we see, for example, a new sale for the customer 1068. And who is this customer? This is a customer called Medrano. So if we search for this customer, we should be able to see this new incoming sale here. So let's see the ID again. This is 1032. So we have already the cashback available for this customer to be used as a discount. So this purchase resulted in a $34 of cashback because this is a platinum customer. So what does this show us? This shows us that by adopting event-driven architectures plus event-driven services within this architecture, and by using the change data capture integration pattern, we can add a lot of new capabilities to our solution without even having to change the legacy application code. So all this solution was built on top of Red Hat Application Foundation plus Red Hat Application Platform, where we have the technologies that allowed us to build and modernize the app, like Quarkus, like Devising, like Camel, and also the Red Hat OpenShift streams for Apache Kafka, that is a managed service. Also, we are running it on top of OpenShift, which is an extension of Kubernetes and gives us a lot of features and facilitation on containers orchestration. In order to learn more details about this solution, or even to run it by yourself, you can check the links below. And if you want to try the managed Kafka service, go ahead and do it. It's free. It doesn't require any credit card. You just need to go into red.ht/try Kafka. So go for it. And regarding this architecture, it is actually a solution pattern, so you can reuse it in any scenarios that are a good fit. So let's go to the questions. So the first question I have here is, why did I choose Quarkus to deliver my integration on top of? Why did I choose Quarkus as the runtime? So basically, Quarkus was the technology used because of the developer productivity. So I could create the services really quick, so fairly quick. And using features like hot reload and also the dev tools, the dev services actually, that allows me to bootstrap extra services like a database or Elasticsearch without having to run anything on my machine. It starts everything automatically for me. The development pace is really good. And since I'm deploying on containers, Quarkus and MicroProfile are the way to go with Java today. And since I'm deploying on containers, it is really good that I can leverage such a lightweight technology and such a fast technology like Quarkus. So let me check the next question. So the next question is, how did I deploy all this implementation and if it is simple to use? So actually, yes. Everything is actually reproducible. So this whole demonstration, you can install it and run by yourself. All you need is an OpenShift cluster that you can start with Minishift, for example. And you will also need an instance on Kafka, on managed Kafka, that you can also get for free. So just go ahead to the link that I've shared before, and you will be able to check it out with all the extra details. Let me check the next question. Okay, I see. So when should change data capture be adopted? Is it only for cloud solutions? So actually not. You can use change data capture whenever you need to stream all the changes that happen in a database as events. A technology you can use for that is Devising. So you can easily plug it into your database and have all the changes being streamed as we just saw. And then you can take this data and operate with it as you wish to do your business logic on top of it. So you can either use it on-premise, on hybrid and multi-clouds. So that's it. I will be available on my social media, also on the chat. Please feel free to get in touch and ask more questions. And it was great to be here with you today. Have a great rest of the event. Bye-bye.
Oh, man. Well, thank you so much, Karina, for that wonderful presentation and for answering some of our audience questions. I do want to remind you that if we did not get to your question in the live conversation today, Karina and the Red Hat team will be following up with you and also sticking around a bit on live chat today. So lots of chances to get responses back, so please do keep those questions coming in. I do also want to point out one more time that we've got that poll question up. We're back to our traditional poll. We would like to know what additional information you would like about the Red Hat solution. So please do take a moment and fill that out. If you are looking for another great way to get some information from Red Hat, click into that handout section on your webinar console, download the Red Hat ebook, When to Choose Kafka versus Traditional Messaging Technologies. Super interesting read. So download that now, save that for later. For all of you who have beautiful sunny days, that's some good beach reading. For those of us in the cloudy, rainy, gray north, rainy day book for us all. And I do also want to thank everyone that took a minute to fill out our earlier poll. It was so interesting seeing where you guys fit in tech or IT, and just loved kind of hearing a little bit more from you all. So thank you for that. And you guessed it, folks, it is time for another prize drawing. we have a $500 Amazon gift card for someone awesome here in the audience today. Again, a reminder that you must be live in the webinar. And our lucky winner of a $500 Amazon gift card today is Chris Hobbs of California. So speaking about beautiful sunny places, Chris Hobbs, not only are you having a beautiful sunny day, now you have $500 from Amazon to spend. That's a darn good day. So congratulations to Chris. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after the webinar, and there are still lots more chances to win today. Speaking of that, I have another great prize to offer you all, and that is my wonderful friend and fellow moderator, Scott Becker. Scott, thank you for joining us here today.
Oh, thanks, Jess. That's a recipe for disappointment, telling people there's a prize and it's little old me.
You are the prize, Scott.
All right. Well, thanks. Appreciate you doing such a great job getting us, all the way through to here, and we've still got a lot of great sessions to come. And I am going to go ahead and close up the poll. So thanks to everybody who has answered that. We appreciate it. Now it's time for our next presentation in the Devising Cloud Strategies and Solutions MegaCast. And our next session comes from Census. And presenting for Census today is Tony Wenzel. He's a manager of solutions engineering, and I'm delighted to bring him on. Tony, welcome to the MegaCast.
Thank you, Scott. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Hope that everybody's having a great day today, and we had some really informative sessions. We're going to talk a little bit about Census, so I'm going to jump right in. So we'll go ahead and advance the slide. So again, my name is Tony Wenzel. I lead the pre-sales engineering team here at Census, based out of Austin, Texas. And we're going to talk a little bit about today about what Census does and really how we can use the tools that Census provides to manage risks across your cloud attack searches. So in the agenda, just real quick, we're going to summarize here is we're going to talk about who we are, how we got our start, what the major considerations are of an ASM product. You're probably hearing a lot of different ASM solutions out there today. We're going to talk about some of the challenges that cloud adoption is up against, and then how an ASM solution really helps you resolve those. So we'll have about 10 minutes of slides and about 10 minutes of demo, and then we'll open up to Q&A and tell you how to get started with us if you like. Let's jump right in. Who is Census? So Census got its start about 7 years ago. We started scanning the internet, actually based out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. We were a U of M research project. Came out of the bright mind of Zakir, who created this product called ZMAP. And really the whole point of what we're doing is we want to scan the entire internet and provide a Google-like search engine for searching for what's out there, right? So that might be any IP, any domain, any certificate that might be facing the internet, and in using that search engine to help find what's out there. And it's primarily used by threat intelligence folks, by security researchers, by red teams or pen testers. And that was a tool that's just used kind of ad hoc. It's a free tool. Everybody can go use it. It's search.census.io. So that's kind of how we got our start. But then what companies started asking us to do is, well, how can you break that down into just show me what pertains to my organization? And that was a really hard problem to solve, is that we got this huge set of data, but we want to tell someone what just belongs to them. And so we went down the path of creating basically an attribution algorithm that goes through and crawls through our data set, and through a very specific method, attributes those assets to one specific organization. And it does it automatically. So what this ends up providing is kind of this attack-centric view of what someone might see your company as. So if I was going to launch a zero-day attack, or I was going to launch a campaign against you, I want to focus on what's really facing the outside. I don't really care about necessarily what's on the inside. Just how do I get into the organization? And so that's what we started building, and we call it attack surface management. And it goes out there and continuously scans the internet and then attributes these assets to your org. So as you go through this, as you look at different ASM solutions out there, you really want to think about what the company is defining ASM is. And again, for us, that's IPs, that's going to be your domains and subdomains. It's going to be your storage objects like storage buckets within the cloud. It's going to be certificates. any services or ports that are listening on those assets. That's what Census defines what an ASN is. And the four major pillars that you really want to consider when you look at these solutions is, well, what is the quality and the integrity of the data? So that's the really hard part to solve, right? I think that some of us could probably put our heads together and go download an appliance or something out of a GitHub repo and build a scanner and go out there and start scanning the internet. And then probably within a reasonable amount of time, we would be blocked and not be able to scan anymore. That's a really hard thing to do. What we've done is deployed a global scan engine that has 5 different perspectives, very secret, and they do the scanning in such a methodical, unique way that we've devised that we don't actually get blocked, and we can have a very high quality of data. We can have a very high cadence of scanning without being blocked by ISPs and so on. And so you have a really high level of integrity and quality of data. The next thing you really want to think about is, well, how often is that discovering what belongs to you? So if we talk about, again, through attribution and artificial intelligence to understand what is yours, we want to do that continuously as well. And so if you look at your attack surface that we would build for you, you'd see that every day it's updating and finding new assets, new storage objects, new cloud deployments that belong to you, either things you know about or you don't know about, and then attributing those to your attack surface. And the next thing is, okay, well, so what? You showed me all my things that belong to me. Now what do I do? We want to map risk profiles to those that you can really focus on with a low amount of noise, what is actually important to go resolve. And so our rapid response team is a research team within our company that continuously looks at CVEs and 0 days and threats and outdated versions of applications and creates risk profiles so that they can be quickly mapped to the assets that we attribute to you. And from there, we want to enable action. We want to enable you to take those risks and prioritize those into existing workflows. So we've built some really key integrations with SIM products, with SOAR products, with service desk solutions to kick off some sort of automated response based on us attributing these risks to you so you can go quickly resolve these. So those are really the major considerations you want to look at when thinking about ASM solutions out in the market. Now we'll jump right into kind of the meat of our presentation today, which is, well, how does this help me in some of the challenges I'm facing in the cloud? And what we found is it really doesn't matter what size of organization you belong to. These problems exist for small accounts, for large accounts, for public sector, for private sector, for federal agencies. It doesn't matter. Everybody has the problem of shadow cloud or shadow IT, as we refer to it. We recently worked with Forrester and a prospect of ours who said, we know that we only have 7 different cloud accounts. So, how are you going to give us any value? And we actually hooked them up with Census and went through and scanned through our entire data set. We found they had 23 different cloud accounts. And so it's quite a big jump. It's over 300% increase in the known cloud accounts to what they didn't think they knew about. And it's not really their fault. The problem is that you have a number of developers that are up against deadlines and very small security teams to really evaluate what is actually happening within these environments and how fast they move. So these strict time constraints coupled with disproportionately small security teams just results in all these problems appearing that we didn't normally have before. What we have been seeing is, like, for every 50 developers out there there's probably 1 security professional that's supposed to be helping understand if these are being deployed correctly. On top of that, there's a lack of communication. A number of teams that work remotely, such as ourselves in security. I work from home. My security team works from home. That's becoming a more common theme in the kind of world that we live in today. And so communication tools are really key, and sometimes they break down. Sometimes that, we're going out and deploying these workloads or these applications, and we're just not talking to our security teams because there's no way to really effectively communicate. Along the same lines of remote work, a lot of organizations are also shifting from on-prem deployments and into cloud environments. It's kind of why we're all here today, right? We are finding benefits from efficiency standpoints, from cost standpoints, to deploy more and more resources out into cloud environments. And so we're taking advantage of those. And then to address cloud governance, some of the services that we're deploying just aren't sanctioned. They just aren't adhering to the standards that we have to from a compliance standpoint, from a governance standpoint, and it just continues to grow and grow and grow. So if you look at something like a CSPM tool or a VM tool, the reason those aren't effective in solving some of these problems is because they're only scanning what you tell them to go look at. Whereas if you take an outside approach and you scan from the outside, you're not telling us to look at any specific thing. We're looking at everything, right? And so that's kind of what we are designed to do. And what I want to do is kind of pivot into a small demonstration of a couple workflows that we've designed that will help you use Census to remediate some of these problems that are coming up. Okay, so let's go ahead and share screen. Okay, there we go. I think it's going to pop up now.
I see it.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's jump right in. So this is kind of a dashboard of what you see when you first log into Census. And, back to what we talked about earlier, this is how we define what an attack surface is. It's your IPs, domains, subdomains, storage buckets, certificates, and applications and services that we find that are attributed to you. And on top of that, because we're scanning from the outside, we also want to know what you know about, right? So what are the known good devices or cloud environments that we can attribute to you? So what we devised is a cloud connector, and a cloud connector actually deploys inside of your cloud environments and tells us what you know about so that we can, with a high level of confidence, find things that you may not know about. So what does that mean? Let's look into my inventory. We're going to jump right into the IPs here of all my cloud assets. And within here, you can see that it's got everything. And it's probably some of these I do know about, but some that I might not know about. The cloud connectors are telling me the ones that I do know about. So I want to go ahead and create a filter and says, well, show me all the assets that are in AWS that I don't know about. And how, again, we're looking at this is that I've got all these assets that were scanned and found in AWS, and they're not part of my known account IDs. Right? And so all of these assets listed out here, all 7 of them, are in AWS, but they're not in my known cloud environments. So I want to pick on this one because it has some risks associated with it. So we'll kind of pick on low-hanging fruit here. And we're going to tell you exactly how we attributed this particular Amazon resource to you. Well, you provided us a cloud connector with a cloud account, and we found an asset being presented there, and DNS under the subdomain was pointing to that asset. What we actually found is that subdomain was pointing to another IP in AWS that's not part of your known environment. So how did that get there? We want to figure out, A, what are the risks associated with this? And then I want to figure out how I can go remediate that. So number one is I click on the risks. That's going to show you all the risk profiles that our rapid response team has created and then automatically recognize being present on this particular server. And there's a couple here that I might accept. For example, I've got, an outdated version of Nginx, and that might be required to support whatever application that developer is using. So maybe it's low risk, and I want to accept that, and I don't want to get alerted about it. So I'll go ahead and accept it, and at the bottom here, I'll give it a comment that known risk for version of app, okay? Now, when I go ahead and save that, it's going to create an audit trail of me creating that acceptance, and it's not going to alert me on that anymore. But what about this one up here where it says, there's SSH service exposed on this, and it probably shouldn't be. Maybe they should be using their, privileged access connection broker solution, or they should be going through the AWS console to get into the server. They really shouldn't be exposing port 22 on this. And so I want to triage this and create some sort of automated response. So what I'm going to do is I'll just simply add a tag, and I can call this whatever I want. I'm going to give it a bright red color because that's what red means bad. And I'm going to say to triage this. Now I'm going to add that tag to this particular host. And what might happen from here is through our API integrations with a SOAR is that SOAR might pick up that tag being created and then kick off some sort of automated response workflow to remediate this. Maybe that goes to a different team, or it creates an alert, or maybe it tries to shut it down if we can manage that environment in some way. But if it doesn't do the job, then I can open up a ticket right from within here. We've got an integration with Jira as well as ServiceNow, and we can build others. And in here, I can go ahead and create a ticket and go ahead and kick off some workflow to remediate it that way. Once I've gone ahead and remediated the issue and closed that port down, I want to go ahead and rescan that. So in here, I can click on Rescan Known Services, and what will happen is the scan engine will kick off, scan that known host, and see if port 22 is still listening. And once that disappears from my risk profiles, then I know that the issue's been resolved and I can move on about my day. So that's just one example of how Census can help you resolve some shadow cloud, shadow IT type of behavior that might be existing out there. The other workflow I want to go into is with storage objects. So if I go back into my dashboard, I can see that we picked up 6 storage buckets in here that are attributed to us. So I'm going to click on those things, and I can see within here I've got one that is actually writable. Maybe that shouldn't be writable. So I want to drill down into that a little bit deeper. And then within the asset or the asset trail here, the good news is that this was under a known cloud environment. So it's coming from the AWS Cloud Connector, and that's telling me that I actually know about this one. But it still doesn't solve the problem that there's a risk present here that there's a storage bucket that's publicly writable. And this is probably because the developer put stuff there so it's quickly accessible. So within here, again, I can open up a ticket to remediate that, or we can have a direct link to jump right into the AWS console within that object and change the permissions manually. Once I go ahead and resolve that, and the next scan that occurs, that will go ahead and then remove that risk profile from the storage bucket, and then I can go on about my day. So let's play the 2 workflows that I wanted to drill into a little bit further. If you want to see more, we definitely encourage you to come back to us, and we'll build an attack surface for you. It takes very little time. We can help you investigate what we found. And then if it's something that you feel is of interest, then we can set you up with an evaluation, and you can kind of play around with it on your own. So really appreciate the time there. We're going to kind of flip over into the Q&A and see what kind of questions might have popped up. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen, come back into the slides, and then we'll land on this page here. So let's kind of look into some of the questions. Number 1 question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say there was a great demo, and really interesting context there about the detection protocol and how difficult it is to prevent that from being blocked. And then I like the way in the demo that you can annotate your own environment and prevent getting alerts on the same things that you know about and you've chosen to do. Great stuff.
Thank you.
And while we do have, while we are getting into the questions here, I'm going to move up to the poll just to see what other information people want to get, and then we will come back to this slide to let people connect there as well. But the first question I wanted to get to, they're asking, how frequently are you updating cloud host information?
Yeah, so when we do our Cloud Connector deployment, those are updating as often as every 15 minutes. And so that's sending the IPs, the storage bucket names, object names. We're not really taking anything more than that. We just really care about the IP addresses so we can relate that to what our public scan data has. So that's every 15 minutes. And then the attribution, the scan engine is continuously running, and that updates about every 24 hours.
Okay. All right, great. I had a couple of questions from Rob, who's wondering, is your product basically an external pen testing type of software, or is there an internal aspect to it as well?
The tool is definitely used by pen testers internally or externally. Let's say that an external agency was contracted to do a pen test against an organization. A lot of them will use Census for that. They'll primarily use like the Census search engine, the free utility out there. For internal teams, red teams, and so on, they are typically using the Census ASM platform because it really, again, is just isolating what belongs to them.
Okay. Yeah, and based on another question that he asked, he might be asking it a different way too, which is it just scanning from the outside, or are there internal agents, or anything evaluating misconfigurations and things that would only be visible from, I guess in 2022, I hate to say inside the firewall, but I think you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. Yeah, primarily I would say Census to function properly does not require anything to be deployed internally. The scanning happens 100% from the outside, and in fact, if we do a specific demo for an organization, I show up to the first demo with a almost completed attack surface for that org without ever having to talk to them, and that's because the scanning is happening from the outside. The only exception to that is what I talked about, and that is the cloud connectors. The cloud connector is going to give us the internal IPs for a cloud environment or the storage bucket names for that cloud environment, and helps us attribute and map things more effectively to your org from the outside.
Very cool. Gotcha. Here's a question from Guy. I don't know if this is an original use case, but he's asking, can this help control cloud sprawl? He's saying, how can we best control cloud sprawl with Census? Is that something that users ever use your product for?
Yeah, absolutely, it can. If you think about the way that teams initially resolve this type of issue, this cloud sprawl, is they would monitor like key cards, right? They would see who's buying stuff in AWS or whatever cloud environment you're using to track sprawl of people creating new environments. And that's, it's an okay way to do it, but it's not really effective or easy to manage. Again, because we can help you discover shadow cloud, people spinning up cloud environments that are presenting something that attributes to your organization, it certainly can help understand the culture of your development team and how they are using their personal cloud environments to do their job.
Okay. Another one here, do you pull anything from my AWS environments?
Yeah, the only thing that we pull from the AWS or any cloud environment is things that map to us, that help us map internet assets to you. So again, that's just going to be the IP address of the asset itself, the external IP address, and then the storage object name.
Okay. All right. Got it.
We don't, I'll caveat that, is that we don't actually, if we see a storage bucket from like even the outside, or if we have a cloud connector on the inside and there's a storage bucket and it has, whatever permissions, we never look through that door. We don't see what's actually there. We don't look at your data. We just tell you the door is open.
Okay. Another one, they're wondering, how is this different from a tool like Wiz?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we actually have quite a few friends that work over at the company of Wiz, and other CSPM solutions out there are great too. The challenge with them is that they only look at what you tell them to, right? Wiz is going to look for misconfigurations throughout the entire cloud environment, and not really just focus on network-related misconfigurations. It also looks at, identity-related misconfigurations and permissions and things like that. So it's a little bit more focused on developer misconfigurations. But it's only looking at what you need. Census is really just focused on, from an attack surface, from an attacker-centric view, what could be used against you and what could be breached. And on top of that, we're helping you discover things you don't necessarily know about. And I can tell you, 99% of the time when I get in a demo with a prospect, I always find something they didn't know about. Every single time.
Yeah. Right. So it looks like we're running out of time, Tony, but I just wonder if you could run us through this slide here about what some of the resources are for people who want to work with you guys.
Absolutely. So number one, feel free to reach out to us via phone or email. We're happy to talk to you and consult with you. If you want to see a demo of your attack surface, we're happy to put that together. It takes very little time to do so. And then if you want to run an evaluation, we can provide access into that attack surface we built for you. We can help you build some integrations into your existing workflows. Or if you just want to see a report, if you just want to say, hey, show me all the numbers, the top level values of how many IPs, how many risks I've got out there, what are my top risks, then we can just provide a free report to you to show you that data. I really appreciate everybody's time and listening to Census. We're looking forward to talking to you.
Great. Hey, well, thanks for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I'll leave that slide up here for a second in case anybody wants to click on either of those resources as we go through our next prize drawing. So the winner of the next $500 Amazon gift card is Jonathan Ozeran, O-Z-E-R-A-N, from Illinois. So congratulations to Jonathan on the gift card. And the winner of our next grand prize, that's an Apple M1 24-inch iMac in your choice of colors, is Chris Adams from Georgia. So congratulations to Chris. We'll be in touch with both of you about claiming your prizes. And now it's time for our next presentation in the Cloud Strategies MegaCast. And our next session comes from Okta, and presenting is Lance Malacara, who is Group Product Marketing Manager. So Lance, take it away.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this session, which is called The Role of Identity in the Enterprise, an approach to hybrid IT. Today, we're only going to cover just a short preview of our vision of how we can help companies make the most out of their hybrid IT environment with Okta. We're going to talk about how we think of identity as a connected fabric that can help larger organizations with complex environments make the most out of their hybrid IT infrastructure by connecting their systems seamlessly with Okta, deliver a seamless user experience across on-prem and hosted systems as well as public cloud services, and drive agility, flexibility, and business efficiency with identity. My name is Lancelot Malacara. I'm a product marketing manager here at Okta, where I lead our efforts to help larger organizations transform their IT and business operations and realize the value of identity across hybrid IT environments. In this session, we're going to start with a sort of like laying the foundation or level setting the group on what hybrid IT is. Why is it here to stay? And how we see our customers thinking about hybrid IT these days. Then we're going to go into how you can actually connect all of your hybrid IT resources using Okta. And then we'll spend the majority of time walking through the different products and services that Okta has built over time, like Okta Access Gateway, to help organizations extend Okta to hybrid IT environments in specific and different ways. And we'll do a quick demo of all of these different products and solutions to help you see how everything comes together. And finally, we will conclude with a vision of where we're taking the product on into the near future. So the thesis for this session is that hybrid IT is not going anywhere. Hybrid IT is actually here to stay. It is growing, and in fact, it is the environment of choice for the vast majority of companies out there. So what do we mean when we say that? Hybrid IT is composed of the combination of public cloud, hosted services, and on-premises data centers. Probably, actually more likely than not, especially if you're in a large organization that has been around for a while, it's likely that you're operating in an environment that has some combination of all these things, if not all of them. This pretty much happens to every company, of a certain age and size. It is basically a symptom of success of the company. So it's not a question of whether this is going to happen or not to your organization. Really, the question is, when is it going to happen? And even more importantly, what happens next? What do I do next? What do we do in this world where hybrid IT is so prevalent? From an IT perspective, the trends that we see here, these trends tend to fracture IT operations, and we see our customers, we see IT teams when we talk to our customers, we see that they find themselves responsible for dozens of environments and having to streamline hundreds of disjointed services. These services are often scattered across the globe. The resources and applications are scattered. Your users are using different technologies and taking various different approaches to leveraging the technology that they need in order to get their jobs done. All of these things lead to what we call hybrid IT. And over the last 18 months or so, we're seeing an acceleration of all of these trends. So hybrid IT is real. It is prevalent, and it is actually growing. It is a challenge, but it's also a big opportunity. There are many benefits and reasons why it makes sense for organizations to want to keep a hybrid IT environment. In fact, we see that 89% of companies out there are actually choosing a hybrid IT environment. They are deliberately choosing to build a hybrid IT environment. It's 89% of companies. It's the vast majority of companies out there. Hybrid IT is the result of companies growing more quickly than ever before, of technology playing a bigger role in defining business models, and technology professionals working to meet the demands of global business. So not only is hybrid IT growing, but actually the more successful organizations that we see are the ones, especially when we think about larger organizations, the most successful companies that we see out there are the ones that are actually embracing hybrid IT. To them, hybrid IT provides options. It provides opportunities. There is this very interesting stat in this area that 80% of IT professionals surveyed by IDC reported repatriating workloads from the public cloud. That means bringing workloads back from the public cloud. So why does this happen? If the public cloud is cheaper, if it's easier, and if it's more flexible with their technology, and all of these things are true, then why would organizations be repatriating workloads and bringing them back into their hosted data centers or bringing them back on-prem? Well, there are a lot of reasons for that. In many ways, there are a lot of value drivers that are compelling companies to repatriate these workloads. When you put things into perspective, the reality is that in the end, it all comes down to control. It's about having better control over the cost of running your IT operations. It is control of your data. It is about controlling or having more control about over what technology is being used by which users and why. And it is about maintaining a centralized view and a centralized control across your entire IT environment. And as I said before, when we look back at the last 18 months or so, we can see that there's been an acceleration of some, if not all, of these trends that are feeding the growth of hybrid IT. Not only were companies already distributed before the pandemic, the transition to more flexible and distributed teams, distributed work was already ongoing before the pandemic, but now for every company, all of their employees are actually working from home, or the vast majority of them are, and working from home means working from anywhere in the world, really. We also see that budgets are much more constrained because companies are really trying to ruthlessly prioritize in this environment. Industries themselves are rapidly shifting. So not only are we looking at different business models fueled by technology within the same type of industry, but we see industries being upended because of the paradigm shift that the pandemic brought about. But the truth is that in reality, these challenges were not triggered by the pandemic. They were only accelerated and became more urgent because of the pandemic. They became the biggest priority for every company's ability to operate in this environment. So if we look at that again, if we look at it from this perspective, when we look at the last 18 months as having incredibly accelerated all of these trends, we can better understand also the challenges that companies need to sort and understand really that these challenges are becoming more urgent than ever before. Challenges like how do I traverse network boundaries in a world where no one's on the same network anymore? How do I get control over the myriad access control mechanisms that I have? How do I manage isolated data stores? And how do I provide a user experience that is not fragmented as a result of the fragmentation of my environment? In this session, we're going to walk through the different products and solutions that Okta has built over time to help large organizations make sense and connect and secure their hybrid IT environments. We're going to start with an overview of Okta Access Gateway, or OAG. With OAG, customers can extend all of the benefits of Okta, that secure and seamless access experience to thousands of applications in the cloud. They can actually extend that to their on-premises web applications without the need to write a single line of code. OAG makes Okta the only identity as a service provider that can fully replace legacy single sign-on and web access management solutions like CA SiteMinder or Oracle Access Manager, which are very expensive to maintain, and some of which are being retired or deprecated by vendors. And finally, OAG helps customers standardize complex identity silos onto a single and unified system. We'll also talk about ASA, or Advanced Server Access. ASA also extends the simplicity, the security, and the reliability of Okta to your servers and critical infrastructure, specifically Windows and Linux servers. And ASA will expand over time to support public cloud infrastructure providers like AWS, GCP, and Azure, as well as containers and databases. And finally, we have agents that connect Okta to legacy technologies via various legacy protocols to help you connect to more types of servers, Wi-Fi, and VPNs, among others. So if this is interesting to you, if you want to learn more about how Okta can help you connect your hybrid IT environment and consolidate on a single identity solution across cloud and on-prem, make sure to join this session. We will dive deep into the Okta solution for hybrid IT, and we will show demos of how it all comes together. Remember, the name of the session is the role of identity in the enterprise, an approach to hybrid IT. And if you cannot wait for that session, or you cannot wait to get your hands dirty with Okta, head to our website at www.okta.com/free trial and make sure to get started on a free trial of Okta. Thank you so much, and see you then.
Okay, looks like we had a lot of questions that we can't get to right here, but we'll get your questions to Lance Malacara and the Okta team so they can get back to you. Now, we do have a poll question for you, and we appreciate your feedback on additional resources that you'd like to see from Okta. And thank you to everybody who's responded to the poll already. We see those responses rolling in. I'll just leave it up here for a few more moments, and then we'll move on to our next presentation. And while you're answering a poll about resources that you'd like, I'd also especially like to point out a great PDF in your handout section. So once you've voted in this poll, click into the handout section and check out the PDF from Okta. It's an in-depth and valuable paper about accelerating identity, covering Okta's 6 R's. So you'll have to download it to find out what those 6 R's stand for. Lance Malacara, great presentation today. Thank you so much for educating us on Okta. And I'll leave the poll up here for one more minute while we do our last prize drawing, or I'm sorry, our next to last prize drawing. And that, of course, is not counting all the best question gift cards, which will be chosen for every one of the sessions of the day. So keep those questions coming. But for our next prize drawing, it's a $500 Amazon gift card. And the winner of the Amazon gift card is Tim McMahon from Pennsylvania. So congratulations to Tim. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. Okay. Well, Chris, great presentation today. Thank you so much for educating us on Gigamon. Looks like we had a few more questions that we don't have time for, but Chris, we'll get those to you, and you and the Gigamon team can get back to people later, hopefully. And we do have one last poll question for everyone. As always, we appreciate your feedback on additional resources that you'd like to see from Gigamon. So thanks to everybody who's responding already to the poll. We do appreciate that, and I'll just leave it up here for a few more moments. And as I do that, I want to take one last opportunity to remind you about all the handouts that are in your console, from any of the presentations today, Gigamon just now, but, all of them throughout the day. If there's anything that you wanted to grab, there's only a few more minutes of the event left, so grab those resources while you can. And I will leave that poll up there while we do our final prize drawing. So the winner of the last $500 Amazon gift card of the day is David Mazzacaro from Connecticut. And the winner of our final grand prize, an Apple M1 24-inch iMac, is Jordan Sisk from Colorado. So congratulations to David and Jordan. We'll be in touch about claiming your prizes, as well as everyone who's won today. And if anybody's on who maybe was not on earlier, I'll just go ahead and mention who all the prize winners were. So for the gift cards today, we had Harold St. Germain from Louisiana, Bill Bartell from Iowa, Bradley Schaufenbuhl from Illinois, Brian Bazell from Missouri, Reed Duba from Michigan, Chris Hobbs from California, Jonathan Ozaran from Illinois, Tim McMahon from Pennsylvania, and David Mazzacaro from Connecticut. So those were the gift cards. Congratulations to all those winners. And then for the iMacs, we had Mike Winans from Wisconsin, Mike Romaine from Mississippi, Dominguez Angel from Texas, Chris Adams from Georgia, and Jordan Sisk from Colorado. So, wow, that's a lot of prizes. Congratulations to everybody. And of course, we will be also awarding afterward the $50 best question prizes. So those will still be coming to people who will be named later. Comment here from Jordan Wharton, who says, "You spelled my name wrong." Sorry, Jordan, you'll have to register for another event. With that, I just want to mention a few other things here. Do check out our ransomware.org site. It's got a lot of fantastic resources and information about ransomware. You heard a little bit about ransomware today. It's just top of mind for everybody, and this is a great resource for that. Also, if you were listening to this event and you were thinking that it'd be the kind of event that you'd want to sponsor, we'd love to hear from you. Just email us at connect@actualtechmedia.com, and we'll get you the information that you need to participate. Finally, I just want to give a plug to a session that I'm doing this Friday at noon Eastern. I'll be talking about protecting Microsoft Teams and Microsoft 365 environments. A lot of really interesting stuff going on there. Zero Trust is being embraced by Microsoft. So if that's an environment that you support, I'd highly recommend checking that event out. And with that, on behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I do want to thank all of our presenters for putting together such great presentations and demos and Q&A insights today. Also want to thank our participants for making this event possible: Progress, Illumio, Rubrik, Nutanix, OutSystems, Red Hat, Census, Okta, and Gigamon. And finally, but certainly not least of all, we'd like to thank all of you for attending today's MegaCast from Actual Tech Media. We appreciate all the hellos in the chat, and especially appreciate all of your great questions that help drive the discussions today. So that concludes our event. Have a fantastic rest of your day, and we will see you next time.